Good. So we're going to resume today with Mr. Finley's cross-examination of Mr. Welsh on landscape and visual matters. But before we do, there's a couple of things to, administrative things to follow up on. Mr. Steele raised the question of whether we wish to hear evidence orally on peat, ornithology, traffic and noise. And we heard from through Mr. Kelly and from Mr. Chatterton that they don't wish to, or that Mr. Chatterton doesn't wish to put questions to the witnesses on those matters in terms of the additional recognitions that were received. So I think we said for peat, or if we didn't, I'm saying it now. We don't need to hear further evidence on peat, and similarly on traffic and noise, we're content not to hear further evidence as set out in the recognitions orally. We're happy to take the evidence there as read. As regards ornithology, because the issue is about the effect on a special protection area, I think we would like to reserve our position for the moment. I think we may want to put questions to Dr. Garrett on ornithology. So if we can reserve our position and perhaps confirm on Monday morning whether we'd want to put questions to Dr. Garrett, I hope that will be acceptable. Is that okay, Mr. Steele?
Indeed it is, sir. I think on balance it probably is better for us to assume that ornithology will be given as oral evidence, because that is an important part, we say, of the advantages of our case. Mm-hmm. So it may be that we should schedule in to have that witness. On the question of noise, there is still, at this moment in time, no agreement. And unless there is agreement, and I'm hoping that there will be, and I'm urging more discussions to take place to achieve that, but unless there is agreement, I think we would have to lead a witness on noise.
Right. I looking at the additional recognition, I didn't notice anything on the particular issue of disagreement between, well, I think the two applicants actually and the council, which I think is to do with amplitude modulation, if I'm correct.
Well, sir, in truth, I'm not fully aware of the details of it, I freely confess. But I have been told that it's not just a matter of wording of the conditions. There's issues to do with levels. And if that is the case, it's a little bit more fundamental. So unless something changes, and I'm urging discussions to take place, and we are confident that if discussions can take place, agreement can be reached. But until that is done, I think we would need to assume that we lead a witness, and I would expect the council to have a witness ready as well, who perhaps could come along on the 9th of September, being the same day that Mr. Shepherd is due to give evidence. And I would just note that Mr. Shepherd cannot attend in person for reasons to do with the restrictions, and would therefore require to give his evidence by video link. Which in truth is a further complication. So all the more reason to reach agreement.
Mr. Brown.
Sir, my understanding of the issue, so far as the council is concerned, is it is about the drafting of the condition. A meeting has been fixed to discuss the matter with Rothes 3, but as I say, my understanding is it's regarding the condition and the drafting of the condition.
Okay. Well, I think it's for each party to decide how they run their case. I'm not. I don't think I'm in a position to dictate as regards what witnesses are called, so long as there's fair notice of the case. If the issue between the council and Rothes 3 is in fact amplitude modulation, then it might be quite helpful to have some kind of recognition setting out what Rothes 3's position is on that, if anything is required beyond what's in the draft schedule of conditions, if a witness is to be led.
Absolutely, sir. Well, perhaps the meeting that my learned friend is referring to, about which I know nothing, is to take place. After that, we can judge. And it may, strictly speaking, be correct to say it's to do with conditions, but the problem I understand is this. It relates to the levels or limits that are put in the conditions. So that makes it a slightly more fundamental point than merely legalistic drafting. Hence, I'm reserving my position, and at the moment indicating we probably will have to lead a witness, albeit remotely.
Okay, so it's perhaps not just restricted to that one point then. Yeah, okay. I hadn't appreciated that. Mr. Trinick may also have an interest in this, yes.
Yes, sir, to the extent that I think the only outstanding difference between us and the Council on noise is how we deal with amplitude modulation. We have proposed to deal with that simply in the condition session. And at present, I'm not intending to call an expert witness and deal with it myself. But if you want to hear from an expert, I can bring one remotely.
I think amplitude modulation has been dealt with in previous decisions in the past, and there have been various arrangements made in conditions to address it. So from my point of view, I wouldn't ask for a witness on that if it's that particular topic. But if there's more to it, if it's about noise levels, noise emissions at particular properties, and noise limits, then that may require evidence.
Our issue is just amplitude modulation. We will leave it to conditions.
Okay, so shall we... Mr. Steele is suggesting... we have time reserved for a noise witness on the 8th of September, and there is... We understand there may be a meeting happening between the council and the. Well, Mr. Brown said there's a meeting happening between the council and the applicant for Rothes 3. So we can maybe leave matters till, if you can let me know tomorrow, perhaps what the position is on that, and we can finalise. That's okay.
Certainly, sir.
Great. Okay.
So there's one further matter from me. There's been a new government publication issued yesterday, Protecting Scotland, Renewing Scotland, which supersedes an earlier document referred to in evidence. And with your leave, I would like to lodge that. Mr. Bell would like to speak to it. It is clearly relevant, and it only became available yesterday.
Yes, if it's relevant, of course, it can be lodged. Could you give us an idea of what it's about?
It's about partly economic recovery and partly encouragement for green energy projects. They don't actually name Rothes 3, unfortunately, but we'll certainly be praying it in aid.
Well, what we'll do is, if you can pass it to the programme officer, we can have a look at it. And from what you're saying, I don't see any difficulty with it being lodged in evidence.
Thanks, sir. We have tentatively assumed it might be CD 15.3.9, provided you're happy to accept it. But I would stress, sir, it's an update. It's the most recent publication replacing another one that the Council refer to and we refer to in evidence.
Very well. Now, I think there were a couple of other things I meant to touch on. Just some housekeeping announcements, and then I think there was one other thing to discuss. I think everyone's been using the QR code, but I think not everyone remembered to check out, actually including me last night. So please remember to check out. I've asked the venue manager to put up a sign reminding everyone to check out. But remember to check in and check out with your QR code when you come into the venue. and when you leave the venue. The other things are just to remind you of the inquiry rules. Remember to maintain physical distancing when you're sitting in the inquiry venue, and so far as possible when circulating. Wear a mask when circulating as well, please. The other thing, of course, try to speak up. Everyone try to speak up when you're speaking into the microphone, so everyone can hear, and the people watching the video can hear. I think everyone's been adhering to the rules very well so far. So I don't want to make a big thing of it. So, but please, I've said in our risk assessment that I'll keep reminding you. So this is me reminding you again. Now, there was a question. I don't know. Is there a question about order of witnesses?
Thank you, sir. I was just about to raise that,
Right.
and I understand that you may be aware of this informally, but the proposal, I think, by both ourselves and Clash Gour is that after the Clash Gour lighting experts have given evidence, our two witnesses, Professor Best and Squadron Leader Hale, both of whom are within the building, should give evidence immediately thereafter. I say that, sir, because there's a certain logic in doing that consecutively. Secondly, in light of the development that Highland Council no longer object on lighting issues, matters will be brief, to say the least. And from a practical point of view, that would allow 4 witnesses to leave both the inquiry and the building and return to wherever they come from, which would again be consistent with the aims here to have the minimum number of people at all times. So for each and all of these reasons, I suggest that that would be an efficient use of an appropriate use of inquiry time.
Yeah. I'm just a little bit concerned that we're running late already, and that we might cause a problem for hearing Mr. Moody's evidence today. So I'll look over at Mr. Finlay and see what.
So first of all, just to put the record straight, Highland Council never objected on lighting issues. But I understand from both Malone Friends, Mr. Trinick and Mr. Steele, that they don't envisage lighting taking any significant time at all, given the various things that have happened. And if so, it would, I can understand Malone Friend, Mr. Steele's point that keeping witnesses unnecessarily in the building for longer is, in the current circumstances, something to be avoided. I understand that they don't anticipate their witnesses to take a great deal of time. Mr. Moody is available if his evidence was to run over to tomorrow morning, and he would be in Purda anyway overnight, but that wouldn't cause difficulties. He's travelling separately. So I have no objection to that. It's a matter entirely for you. I would hope we would finish Mr. Moody today, and I think that's the understanding of both Malone and Friends as well. But I'm leave it in your hands.
Okay. Does anyone else want to come in on this? Mr. Trinick?
On timing with Mr. Moody, I suppose I've got about 2 hours. So, and I also imagine that if we get to 4 o'clock and we're nearly finished, you'll carry on and finish
Yes.
rather than hold over.
Yes.
So we'll finish Mr. Moody today. Even if we take lighting first, I think we'll be there.
Okay. Good. Right. Well, I think that covers. Unless Mr. Brown, no, Mr. Brown.
No, sir. No.
Good. Okay. Well, in that case, we'll make that change in the order of witnesses. So we'll take. Hold on. I'm looking at the wrong day. So we'll take. Would it make sense to take Professor Best and Squadron Leader Hale after? Well, what's the best order? After Mr. Welsh has given his landscape and visual evidence on. Sorry, his evidence on aviation lighting impacts.
Yeah, that seems logical.
Right. Okay.
So just for the to be particular, we would probably lead the squadron leader first before Professor Best, but I don't think that matters given the current discussion, but that would probably be our preference.
Okay. Great. So, can I pass to Mr. Finlay for his
So
cross-examination?
just before you do, one point.
I'm sorry.
Your site visit on Saturday is now confirmed. to our site. We await Berry Burn, but for the whole of the Altair, Dunvale and Dallas sections of the site, you're on.
Well, thank you very much for doing that. That's very kind of you. Thanks to Mr. Smith as well. So I'll pass to Mr. Finlay to commence.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Welsh.
Good morning, Mr. Finlay.
Sense of deja vu of cross-examinations past, but I think we can agree that for reporters assessing differences of opinion as to visual impact, they're best placed to do that on site with the parties' evidence before them, either physically or in their minds, and the visualizations. Would you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. And I don't intend then to go through the differences with you. I'm not accepting your case, but I know you'll understand that position. You understand that Highland Council's case is about visual impact, and you make that clear at several occasions in your report. And I'll just give some paragraph numbers. I don't think you need to turn them up. It's 7.1, paragraph 8.34, and paragraph 8.47. You make that clear. Is that your understanding?
It is my understanding that it is the visual effects that arise in the two SLAs that are identified in the objection.
Thank you. I just want you to go to paragraph 837 of your report, just in case there's something's crept in. I completely accept the point, by the way, the caveat that you just added to my question. You'll see in the third line, the planning officer then recommended an objection on landscape and visual grounds. That could be misinterpreted.
Where I refer to landscape there, it's in the context of the SLA designation. So it's treating the designation as a landscape effect or a landscape receptor, but no misinterpretation is intended. It is the visual effects within the SLAs that I understand to be the issue.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much. I thought that would be the case. And then in terms of the four viewpoints that are really an issue between the parties, I've given the programme officer the electronic page numbers in Chapter 7 of CD 1.2, and it should be page 34. Excellent. One can see, in fact, it's page 33. One sees there viewpoints 8, and I just wanted to pick up, and I think this is the quickest way of doing it, that the visual receptor type there is road users. Viewpoint 12, Loch and Daub, visual receptor is road users. Viewpoint 19, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that, although I think Mr. Moody does a far better attempt than I do, hill walkers, and viewpoint 24, recreational walkers. Those are the four viewpoints that are perhaps not the last one in particular, but the first three are at the heart of the dispute between the parties.
Yes, I think there are one or two others in the Highland, including the wireline viewpoint in the Rosemarkie SLA.
Yes, I'm just talking about, I should have made it clear, I'm just talking about the Drynacan, Loch and Daub and Darver SLA. The Souters one, Rosemarkie and Fort George, is also in dispute. And indeed, there's a further visual wireline from the road just beyond Loch and Daub. I think it's CD 1.24. We needn't turn to it, but it's, again, indicative of that, of the same effect that viewpoint 12 is seeking to capture.
I would say slightly different, but we can come on to that, or I can explain now
Let's come on to that.
So
I accept that one has the view with Loch and Daub in front of you, and the other one you've passed Loch and Daub. But yes, I can.
Mr. Finlay, sorry, I missed the reference to the wireline.
CD 1.24, sir.
Right.
Now, again, I just wanted your agreement. All those viewpoints are representative viewpoints, and I use that just so that parties who are listening are aware. If if one turns to GLVIA, which is CD 7.1, paragraph 619, and I'm grateful for that being brought up, viewpoints can either be representative, specific, or illustrative. But I'd suggest to you that all these viewpoints are representative. Some are more, for instance, viewpoint 19 could be representative of a large number of viewpoints. Viewpoint 8 may be less representative because of the impact along the road goes in and out due to impeding forestry. But they're all representative viewpoints.
They are representative viewpoints, but I think the caveat I would put to that is that you need to have regard to the extent of the ZTV that they're positioned in, because it may be that they are representative of a very wide area or representative of a small area.
Absolutely, and I'm quite happy to accept that, and the reporters can bear that in mind when they're considering the extent to which, of the area to which they're representative. And then I want to turn to methodology, and I preface this by saying it's not a criticism, that at least the initial part of my approach. I'm just seeking initially to understand, or to ensure I understand the way that you've done matters. And I'm looking particularly at cumulative methodology, and if we could go to CD 1.4, and it's TA 7.1, and paragraph 716 to begin with. This is the part of the EIA where you're telling us what your landscape and visual assessment methodology is. And if we go to 716, we're in the title dealing with cumulative effects. And we see that in 716 there are two relevant scenarios that I had regard to. And that's just by way of introduction. If one moves on to paragraph 781, which is on electronic page 15 of 20, you'll see those scenarios set out in a little bit more detail. Now, the reason I say it's not a criticism, in some EIAs or assessments of cumulative impact, sometimes one sees three scenarios. You see the existing scenario, the existing plus consented, which is your first scenario, and then your existing plus consented plus those that are in the planning process. But not criticising you for only providing two, but just so that the reporters understand, you have only provided two in this case.
I think it's important just to clarify that the baseline that we assess the development against includes any operational wind farms. So that follows GLVIA advice. So we have a baseline that does include operational wind farms. Then we look at operational plus consented. Then we look at operational plus consented plus application. Yeah. So you could say there are three different sets of assessments because the baseline does include operational.
Yes, I mean, I was putting that way because if you turn to look, for example, at SNH guidance, and if we have CD 711 at electronic page 7, paragraph 27, see if I can find out myself. But I don't think it's well, if you just scroll up a little bit. There we go, paragraph 26. This is in the SNH document, which you'll be familiar with, dealing with cumulative assessment, and it's really just a background for my question of why sometimes people do three cumulative assessments, but there can be an overlap with the baseline assessment. I accept that. The reason I ask about this is that Cairn Dewey should only be taken into account in the cumulative assessment. That is, it's not in the baseline at present.
That's correct.
And just so that we see, so that reporters have it, and I'm not accused of being unfair to you, if you turn back in document TA 7.1, so we're going back to the document before that, and go back to electronic page 10 of 20, you set out from paragraph 750 onwards, particularly 752 onwards, what is in your visual baseline and scope assessment for your ordinary, for your first non-cumulative assessment.
Yes, indeed.
Great. I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. With that in mind, just another little niggle with a section in your report. If you go to 10.7 of your report, you'll see that it says the baselines assessed with the LVOV include the following cumulative assumptions. Baselines including operational under construction wind farm, and then over the page, the second and third bullet points, which rather mirrors the SNH guidance. But actually, in terms of cumulative assumptions, you haven't actually done a baseline cumulative assessment. That's taken account in your first stage assessment.
It is, and if I could just find that page again, there is a paragraph in there which quotes from GLVIA, which recommends that approach. So I'm happy we took the right approach.
Yeah. As I said, I'm not criticising your approach. I've seen different people doing it different ways, but I just wanted to make sure we understood where Ken Dewey fits into that and your understanding of that approach. If we go then to paragraph 928 of your report. This is in a section where you're assessing matter 3, effects on visual amenities and views. One sees that at the beginning of chapter 9. And you're having regard here to Ken Dewey. Surely Ken Dewey should only be taken into account when you get to the cumulative assessment phase, which would be your chapter 10.
Not necessarily. My report is not a cumulative assessment. It's presenting an opinion on the various matters raised. I don't purport that it's existing. I'm quite clear there that it's a consented development. And the point I'm noting is in relation to significant visual impacts.
Yes, because, well, I'll tell you the reason I ask you, because if you go to CD 11.2, which is the Ken Dewey approval letter, and one sees the first page, just scroll down again to get the date, the 6th of October 2017, and if you turn on to electronic page 7 of 36, we should see the conditions that come with it. And Annex 2, Part 1, Condition 1, Condition 2, we see the development shall be commenced no later than 3 years from the date of the consent, which is the 6th of October this year. We can agree that.
I'm not able to give a planning perspective on that, but if I can appreciate that that's what those dates infer.
Now, obviously, it's I understand your caveat about planning, perfectly acceptable, but my understanding is that there's been no attempt to deal with pre-commencement conditions. And certainly, as far as Highland Council is aware, there's been no approach to extend the time limit. So if Ken Dewey's consent was to fall on the 6th of October, that would have an impact on your assessments, would it not?
It would certainly have an impact on the cumulative assessment in scenario 1. In terms of the evidence I present in my report, I would still rely on the fact that Scottish ministers had considered a development of that scale and size appropriate in that location as a factor in underpinning my evaluation. But if it has lapsed, then it has lapsed, if that's what you're telling me, or will lapse in a month's time.
Would it be fair to describe it as extinct, then?
I do not want to give a point that is interpreted.
I think you're getting into planning or even legal evidence there.
Well, with respect, extinct is a word that Mr. Welsh has used in respect of other planning policy in his own evidence. Quite fair to put it to him. He's used it in respect of Murray's evidence.
I'd rather you didn't tackle Mr. Welch on the extinction or otherwise of the Can-Do permission. Happy to deal with it, but not through Mr. Welch, please.
Well, I'm simply asking Mr. Welsh to give an opinion on something that akin to something else that he's felt free to give an opinion on, but I'm happy to move on. Coming back to where you have used it in your report, we've looked at 928, but again, if I give the reporters just some paragraph references, it's referred, in section 7 you're dealing with citing design and effect on landscape character, and you take into account Can-Do at paragraph 716. You may just want to briefly check these. In chapter 8, you refer to it a number of occasions, and at 851, oh sorry, I'm moving away from the microphone, at 851, you do it in the sense that you've just described. You from 851 to about 856, you are examining the decision and using that decision to support your approach, and that's an understandable approach whether Can-Do is expired or not. And I can, so I'm just pointing that out as a reference and seeing that as a good example of the approach you've just taken. But if you go on in that chapter to, for instance, 866, you say at the end of that, where you've referred to Can-Do, that in your opinion, the baseline influence is established by operational and consented schemes. Now, the baseline influence surely can't be established by consented schemes that haven't yet been built. And if Can-Do wasn't to be built, the reporters would have to review that evidence in the light of that eventuality.
I accept that, and they have the assessment from that viewpoint of the development without Can-Do in the environmental statement.
Yes, and let me make it clear, in a matter of fairness to you, Mr. Welsh, all the assessments in the environmental statement, which are in TA 7.2, we needn't turn to it, are the baseline assessments don't take into account Can-Do, the cumulative assessments do where appropriate.
No, they take account of operational schemes, as I explained
absolutely.
earlier.
And then just to continue this, 928, Can-Do is referred to again. And as I say, this is in visual amenities and views and paragraph 990. All I'm putting to you, Mr. Welsh, is that depending on what happens to Can-Do, and one doesn't know whether it's going to be in or out, but certainly by the time the reporters come to write the report, the matter should have become clearer. When they're reviewing your evidence, and I accept that you mix and match from time to time between cumulative effects and non-cumulative effects, they have to be aware that in those paragraphs, if Can-Do is no longer extant permission, they'll have to review your evidence with that in mind.
I would accept that.
Thank you.
Just in terms, sorry, just before we move on from that, how will we find out that whether Can-Do has gone ahead or not?
Well, that's something we can undertake to inform you of, because if by the 6th of October there hasn't been an extension, then that you can be informed of that. In fact, development must have commenced by then, but under Section 36C, that time limit could be extended. Indeed, the condition provides for that substitution of such other period as Scottish ministers may after direct in writing.
Right.
But that direction will have had to be made before the 6th of October.
Right. Okay. So will Highland Council undertake to keep us informed of that? Subject
Yes.
to. Right. Good.
Could we move on to a different point of methodology, and it's perhaps a document you didn't think that would be referred to, but TA 7.5 and CD 1.4. And if you just go to it's a future baseline assessment. And what I understand you've done, if you go to page 7.1, I'm grateful, you've taken the original wind farms, set out the numbers of turbines and height, and then if you go on to the next page, you set out when their consents will expire. And as I understand, what this assessment is seeking to do is to see what would be the position if they did expire and they were removed. Have I summarised that broadly accurately?
Yes, you have. I would just caveat that by saying it's a highly hypothetical section of the EIAR, in that it's attempting to predict the what-if scenario.
Yes, and I think somewhere in your evidence, and I omitted to note the paragraph reference, you contemplate Buryburn being repowered, but because repowering is obviously a prospect for any and all of these wind farms.
It is one option for them, yes.
Now, in fact, you've probably answered this question already, but as far as I can see, you actually haven't taken a great deal of regard to this in your conclusions in the environmental assessment one way or other, because, as you say, it's highly speculative.
Exactly for that reason, it's crystal ball gazing.
But what we can see are your judgments of what would happen in certain circumstances. So if we go to page 8 of 17, we will see, and look at the top of the page. So you scroll page 8 of 17, that perfect. We have the Dreinach, Loch and Dorb and Darber Moors SLA and the various assessment scenarios which reflect the current baseline. And then we see what happens if Buryburn is removed. That's the only one that a position is given on. The removal of Buryburn Wind Farm will remove the turbines that appear within the immediate context of the proposed development. The cumulative association of multiple developments from the similar landscape will be removed within the immediate context. Now, just pausing there for a moment, if you reverse the logic of that by imposing Clash Gour on current Buryburn, that is providing multiple developments within a similar landscape, giving cumulative impacts.
Yes, adding a development to an existing one is likely to give some form of a cumulative interaction. It might not be the same cumulative interaction that would arise if they were seen as separate but close developments, because in effect it appears as an extension. So it's an intensification type of cumulative effect. It's a combined cumulative effect, I would say.
And if we read on in that sentence, goes on to say, and the northernmost proposed development turbines would be split from the larger grouping by a gap that is currently occupied by Buryburn turbines. And one can understand the context within which that is written. Doesn't that suggest, though, that the reader of this, or the author of this document, felt that Buryburn and Clash Gour would read as one, not as separate wind farms, but as one wind farm?
I think they do read as one wind farm, albeit there is a difference, obviously, in turbine scale. I've been very clear in my evidence to say that I think Clash Gour reads as an extension to Buryburn, and therefore the removal of Buryburn, creating a gap that then becomes apparent, is likely to increase the cumulative effect, which is what we say here, slightly increased.
And then if we move on to particular viewpoints and go to electronic page 11 of 17, we get viewpoint 8. And there's an entry for both what happens if you remove without Rothes 1, Paul's Hill, Rothes 2 and Buryburn, and without Glasgow as well. And it's really the removal, so second last column on the right-hand side, the removal of Buryburn Wind Farm would remove the turbines that appear within immediate context. The cumulative association of multiple developments would be reduced. The effect would not remain not significant for this future baseline. As I understand, what that's telling me is if you removed Buryburn, you would have a lower impact.
You have a lower cumulative impact.
Yeah. So by adding Clash Gour, you have a higher cumulative impact.
Yes.
And the same, I think, follows for Hill of Glasgow in the right-hand column.
Yes, well, if you go what the right-hand column assumes is that all cumulative developments have gone, and therefore you don't have a cumulative interaction at all.
Then if we go down to electronic page 14 of 17, and we just look at contemplate viewpoint 19 very shortly, there's no entry there. What this is telling the reader is that the author doesn't think there's going to be any difference whether you include Rothes 1, Paul's Hill, Rothes 2, Buryburn, or Hill of Glasgow from that viewpoint.
I think it's because the assessment was undertaken from particular viewpoints rather than all viewpoints, and at that distance, that one was not considered. I'm just trying to, I would need to go back through the methodology to, okay. I'm just trying to see the boxes. It says at the start of table 7.53 on the electronic page 4, that to avoid repetition, those receptors that would not experience any further significant effects as a result of minor changes resulting from the changing baseline are shaded light grey. So there is an explanation for it.
Rightio, that's very helpful. Just tell me which paragraph that is again. 7.5.
It's at the start of the future baseline landscape and visual assessment table, TA 7.5-3. There's a note. So it's telling us that the light grey shaded boxes for viewpoint 19 mean that the changes are of a low order.
Well, that's roughly what I thought it probably meant when there hadn't been an assessment there, but doesn't that indicate a underappreciation of the impact from viewpoint 19, that if you took Rothes 1, Paul's Hill, Rothes 2, Buryburn and Hill of Glasgow away, there would be a significant change?
That assumes that you can detect all of that change, and I've been to viewpoint 19, and those wind farms are extremely distant from that location. So I think what we've qualified here is that it's of a very low order of magnitude.
Well, again, that's a matter the reporters can look at on site, but it perhaps is indicative, what Highland Council would say, of your underappreciation of the impact from viewpoint 19. Lastly, on this document, if you turn to page 15 of 17, just so that we cover all the 4 viewpoints, we should get viewpoint 24 at the top of the page, and we can see what it reads about Berryburn Wind Farm there, both on the left-hand column, the right-hand and penultimate right-hand columns. I'm not going to ask any specific questions about them. Grateful. We can put that document away, so to speak, and then go to your report again at 2.8. And slightly venturing on a subject that was touched on yesterday, wind farm landscapes. It's just to pick up a bullet point, the third bullet point of your 2.8, and just to make sure I've understood it correctly. If we go to the last 4 lines, you say the result would be to materially change the existing landscape character of a landscape type or the landscape in a view, and resulting in a significant cumulative effect. So, as I understand it, that's telling the reader that you can have a wind farm landscape by either changing the existing landscape, so being present on the landscape, or changing the landscape in a view, which suggests you're not on the landscape but looking at it.
Certainly, you can create a wind farm landscape can arise to the landscape resource, so a character type, and quite often we come across landscape character types that have actually been defined as X landscape character type with wind farms. So I can think, for example, in the vicinity of Whiteley Wind Farm, that landscape character type has been redefined. So that's treating it as a landscape resource. But of course, you experience that from different points in the landscape, and therefore it can affect, or you may experience that wind farm landscape in a view.
Yes, and
I would add that you need to be particularly close to it for that sense of domination by wind turbines to be, or where they are the prevailing characteristic to arise, as described here, and also in this third bullet is designed to mirror the third diagram in SNH siting and designing. So these 3 bullets reflect that progressive intensification of development in the landscape.
Yeah, I understand that, but you will understand that one of the ways that Highland Council puts its case, and it's a point you've picked up elsewhere, but I'll just give the reporters 2 references. I don't think we need to turn to them. But in the officer's report, which is CD 1.12, at paragraphs 835 and 8.46.19, the author of that report comments on a perception at a distance of wind farm landscape. You picked up in your evidence that's a matter of dispute between you and Mr. Moody, but the dispute is not that you can't perceive a wind farm landscape in the view. It's a question of whether you can do it as far away as he says you can.
I would say, I think yes, but I would say that you might be at a viewpoint and say, I can identify a wind farm landscape over there, but at 5, 10, 15, 20 kilometres distance, I do not accept that you could regard yourself to be in a wind farm landscape from a distant viewpoint.
Well, obviously you couldn't be in a wind farm landscape from a distant viewpoint, but you could perceive that what you're looking at is a wind farm landscape, which I thought that perception is a matter that we're agreed can occur. It's a question of whether it occurs in this instance.
it can occur, but I think there is a subtle difference here between looking at a wind farm landscape over there and saying I'm in a landscape with wind farms in it. And I think that what you've described there is more of the latter. I think to experience a wind farm landscape requires an element of proximity to those wind turbines.
Well, that's a matter that the reporters can judge. I don't wish to take that any further at this stage. Can I move on to another separate issue that was dealt with in part yesterday, but I do wish to pick up one of your answers on it. You'll remember you were asked questions about the Nature Scots consultation response, which is CD 2.1.35. And if we go to page 6 of that, we'll see the part that my own friend put to you. It's the third last paragraph, or second last full paragraph, where he noted that SNH noted they've only provided limited advice on impacts outside the park. And your answer in respect to that was that you were convinced that if SNH had concerns outside the park, they would have said so. I want to put 3 points to you on that. Firstly, as I understand SNH's approach, they don't actually ever express concerns. They either object or they don't object. And they do. Have you ever seen or in the recent years, a response from SNH where they use the expression that they're expressing concerns about something?
They may not specifically use that word concern, but I have seen many recent SNH responses where they do not object, but it's very clear to read between the lines that they take significant issue with aspects of a development proposal.
Absolutely, and usually SNH will only be concerned to object when it creates an asset of national concerns, an identified asset of national importance. But you and I, and indeed Mr. Steele, have been involved in a recent case of North Lowther Wind Farm, where they identified landscape that wasn't specifically identified as being of national importance, wildland, NSA or the like, but objected. But
can I respond to that?
Of course.
Just to say, I do agree that normally they will object in relation to a nationally designated asset, effects on that. But in some recent cases, and I can think of that one that we were involved in and also another, they have referred to the Landscapes of Scotland map, which identifies national distinctiveness, as a basis to object on a national importance ground.
And the second point I was going to put to you was that, however, unusually in this case, not only have they not identified any other issues, but they've expressly said that they've provided limited advice on them. So you really can't, in all honesty, say one way or other what SNH think about, for instance, the impact on Drynach and Loch and Daub and Darver SLA, because they've told us expressly they've provided limited advice on it.
I accept that that is what is said in the letter, but in my experience of SNH, if something of material concern to them is evident, they will make a point about it.
And lastly, the third point I was going to put to you is that Mr. Moody, who's got considerable experience of wind farms in the Highland, differs in his experience from you, that SNH won't necessarily do as you say. Could it be that you've just experienced different responses by SNH and different wind farms, and you really can't be convinced as you say you were?
I do accept that SNH responds in different ways in different parts of the country, and that is not necessarily always helpful. but I am familiar with responses to recent wind farm applications where they have gone into great length, great detail about a development but have not objected.
Absolutely. There's no dispute. Sometimes they do, and sometimes reporters give that significant weight. But that's not this case, is my point.
Well, it's very clear in that sentence that they have provided limited advice.
Thank you. We can agree on that, and then that's very helpful. We can move on. I want to come back now to the subject of wind farm landscapes and to your paragraph 717, which I think you were asked about yesterday, and just pick up on some points. I'm going to try and avoid replicating my friend's helpful cross-examination. But one of the points he put to you was about change and accommodation. Do you recall that? Just the subject. I'm not.
Yes.
Could you go to the design and access statement, which is CD 1.7 at paragraph 2.2.2, which is electronic page 6 of 10, so my note tells me. Hopefully it's correct. And what...
Could you possibly give me a paragraph reference as I'm using a hard copy of that?
Okay, 2.2.2, and I think it's page 11 in the bottom right-hand corner. I'm grateful, that's the design and access statement. It's electronic page 6. And then you really need to scroll over to the bottom right-hand corner. And then probably down, yes. Yes, you pick up the sentence. You can see there, that's very helpful, thank you. It's setting out what the S&H strategic locational guidance is, which document Mr. Brown took you to yesterday, and you see the landscape objectives of landscape protection, landscape accommodation, and landscape change set out. And then quite small writing on my screen, as described in more detail in section 4 and again in the conclusion, and then we need to go to the next page. It is considered that the proposal fits with the landscape accommodation policy objective, as the proposal will retain the overall character of the landscape, accepting that the proposal will have an impact on the landscape at the local scale. Now, I was slightly unclear yesterday, but I thought you said at one stage that actually there was landscape change here. And if that's the case, at what stage did the design approach change from landscape accommodation to landscape change?
My opinion is that we have both here at a regional scale. The development fits with the landscape accommodation objective, but at a local scale, a wind farm landscape is created that will inevitably lead to a high degree of change in the landscape in that local area. And I don't think there is a contradiction here, because it is clear in the design and access statement from that last sentence that accepting that it will have an impact on the landscape at the local scale.
I'm grateful to that. I can make submissions on your answer in due course, but I'd just like everyone to bear in mind your use of the word regional, because that has a consonance with the document I'm about to take you to. Could you then move to...
Could I clarify one point there? Yesterday I talked about the LCTs, and that's what I mean by a region. And LCTs 10 and 11 I regard to be that region.
So is that 10 and 11 combined, or 10 and 11 separately?
10 and 11 are but, and the development sits across the border of them. So at a scale of considering LCTs 10 and 11 together, there will be an implication in line with that middle objective. Retain the overall character, yet accepting that development may be allowed which will have an impact on the landscape at the local scale.
I've read what you said, or what Will said, and I can comment on that in closing submissions as to whether that's a change from your other evidence. But before I may come back to that, what I'd like to take you to now is Chapter 7 of CD 1.2, so that's the environmental report, and to some paragraphs you were taken to in examination in chief. And the first one of those is paragraph 740. And I think you were taken to 7141 or maybe 142. Just to put everyone in where you are in the document here, you're looking at proposed development assessment and magnitude of change on LCT 10 or 11. And just say that it may help people to have to hand, and I won't ask it be brought up on site, but I think the most helpful plan with LCTs on it is your JW2, which I think Mr. Trinick provided A1 copies of to various people. I haven't got one yet, but the council's assisted me with it. So,
my apologies, yours hasn't arrived. It's going to.
I'm used to being the middle child and having things late in the day. One can see, I mean, at the risk of being sycophantic, as very helpful plans you produce in general terms, Mr. Welsh, one can see here there's quite a lot on it, but one can pick up the boundary of LCT 11 is just below Buryburn 2 and Buryburn, the words Buryburn and Buryburn 2, and LCT 10, which is more lozenge shape, one can pick up the 10 between Rothes 3 alternative layout and Rothes 2, and one can see the boundaries of those two there, and it would be helpful to have those in mind whilst we're considering the terminology. So if we go to 7140, it says there are notable differences in scale between the proposed turbines and existing turbines of Buryburn and Paul's Hill wind farms, which I presume you agree with. Notable differences in scale.
Yes.
The contrast in scale are for the most part made less ambiguous. So less ambiguous meaning more obvious due to the foreground position of the proposed turbines compared to the existing turbines on the horizon beyond. Now that would depend upon which side you're looking at them from.
It is very much the case that it depends where you are looking at turbines, and we spent quite a while yesterday talking about viewpoint 1, where the effect is manifest.
The locational difference would avoid visual distortions. However, the scale difference is not subtle, and the presence of the existing smaller turbines provide a clear scale indicator which emphasises the larger scale of the proposed turbines. Again, I presume you agree with all of that.
Yes.
And then 7141, the addition of the proposed development would increase the extent of a landscape with wind farms characteristic for the immediate landscape context, redefining the localised area of the landscape within the immediate context of the site and east across Rothes 1 and 2 wind farms as a wind farm landscape character type. Now, if we have a look at the map or the plan, what that suggests to me is that the wind farm landscape, and I think here we're looking at 10, would extend across a significant part of LCT 10 because it's taking into account not only the context of the site, but also Rothes 1 and 2.
I also spent a great deal of time yesterday explaining in my chief and in response to questions from Mr. Brown that was a poorly worded statement, and I explained what I would have said in a reword of that, and I drew a lot of support from sections later on in this document to demonstrate why it was a poorly worded statement and not a clear expression of what we mean.
Well, that's what I'm taking issue with, because it seems to me that's fairly clear, in fact, and I think this was primarily, wasn't to Mr. Brown, but to Mr. Trinick you were explaining this. If you go on to 7142, it says the addition of the proposed development would not result in the redefining of the landscape for other parts of the character area located to the east of Rothes 1 and 2 wind farms. That suggests to me that the landscape, part of landscape area 10 to the west of Rothes 1 and 2 wind farms is, in terms of this paragraph, a wind farm landscape character type.
Well, I don't assess it that way.
Well, that's what it says here, doesn't it?
It says very clearly that other parts of the character type located to the east. So it's very clear what it's referring to. It doesn't say what's happening to the west of Rothes 1 and 2.
Well, with respect, Mr. Welsh, in my submission, that implication is obvious, and the reporters can form their own view. If we go to 7148, we're looking here at the cumulative assessment for the same area. Kellis and Meikle Hill wind farms will further increase the influence of wind energy development in the areas surrounding Rothes 1 and 2, contributing further towards the definition of a localised wind farm landscape type. Kendui and Hill of Tower wind farms will add to the extended influence, but will have less direct influence within the context of the key character of this LCT. We can look at where Kellis and Meikle Hill farms are, and that, I'd suggest to you, is consistent with the view earlier indicated in 7142 that the wind farm landscape type extends to the landscape area to the west of the line of the Rothes wind farms.
In my assessment, a wind farm landscape will arise in relatively close proximity to wind turbines, and it will not extend across that 5-kilometre gap between Rothes and the edge of Clash Gour. I certainly would agree that Meikle Hill and Kellis would contribute to a perception of a wind farm landscape in the vicinity of Rothes 1 and 2, but not that that perception would extend across 5 kilometres of open ground. 4 or 5 kilometres of open ground.
Well, I record that's what you now say, but we can see what's said in this document. Can we move on to LCT 11? And if we go to paragraph 7161, which is electronic page 61, you can see that it says there are notable differences in scale, very similar language to used earlier. I won't ask you about that. You've agreed what you've said about that. Then 7162, the addition of the proposed development would increase the extent of a landscape with wind farm characteristic for the immediate landscape context. And the addition of the proposed development would result in the redefining the central area of the LCT as a wind farm landscape character type. Well, looking at LCT 11 is a smaller area, but that's telling you that the central area of LCT is going to be a wind farm landscape, which seems to be more extensive than the evidence you just indicated.
Not at all. If you draw a line from the edge of the eastern cluster to encompass the southern cluster, that occupies the central part of LCT 11. I think that's very clear.
But what that has is reading it in context, the wind farm landscape is including Berryburn and Paul's Hill.
As I said yesterday.
As part of the wind farm landscape. It's not just the immediate area around a particular part of Clash Gour, is it?
And I explained in cross-examination yesterday that I accepted that because it was surrounding Berryburn, there's already a wind farm landscape at Berryburn. So it would envelop that wind farm landscape and extend it.
Well, see, if you turn on to 7168, which is the equivalent cumulative assessment paragraph, electronic page 62, albeit they're in a different LCT area, it still refers to Kellis and Meikle Hill wind farms will further increase the influence of wind energy development in an area surrounding Rothes 1 and 2 wind farms, contributing further towards the definition of a localised wind farm landscape character type within the neighbouring type. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that sentence. Kellis and Meikle will contribute to a wind farm landscape character type within the neighbouring type.
And then you took us yesterday, and you're anxious today to go to 7503, which is quite a lot further on in the document. It's electronic page 142. If we go back to the start of that section, which begins at 7498, picking up in the last sentence of that paragraph, of these wind farms, the closest wind farm to the proposed turbines, which should be Berryburn, which should be surrounded on three sides by the proposed development. And that's a fair description. It is surrounded by it.
I've not said anything else than that.
And 7499 in the second sentence, as such, the proposed development would belong to the Berryburn and Paul's Hill wind farm grouping. Again, that's an indication of how they will be read, is it not?
Yes, and I have been very clear to describe it as an extension, a perceived extension in my evidence.
And then 7500, Rothes 1 and 2 wind farms are within a similar upland context at a regional level, but separate to Berryburn, Paul's Hill grouping at a local landscape level. As such, these groupings are often viewed as separate features from closer range. The proposed development will reduce the amount of separation between these groupings, but from closer range, from the coastal plain in the north, groupings will still appear separated. So from the north, they will appear separated. But at a regional...
And in closer range views.
Yeah. I'm interested in views from the west and slightly longer distance views, which you've established already. But your use of the word regional level here, you're saying Rothes 1 and 2 are in the same upland context at a regional level. And as I understood the earlier commentary, the wind farm landscape extended to include Rothes 1 and 2.
I think I've clarified my answer to that is a poorly worded statement that you're relying on. And if you read these 5 paragraphs and the heading that introduces them, which says very clearly that this is about relationship of the proposed development to the cumulative context, it's very clear that there is a degree of separation between the Rothes group and the Berryburn group. And both, Rothes currently has a wind farm landscape, certainly within the extent of its operational turbines. As I said yesterday, any wind farm of a reasonable size will give rise to a localized wind farm landscape where you are at close proximity. So there are 2 wind farm landscapes here at present.
But Mr. Wells, forgive me, but you could say that of every wind farm, that if you're within it, you're within a wind farm landscape. But the way you've used, or the way this document has discussed that expression in the context of a combination of wind farms, is not just talking about where you're sitting within Hill of Glasgow, Berryburn, or Paul's Hill, or your proposed wind farm, or Rothes 1 and Rothes 2. I'd suggest you it's using the phrase wind farm landscape in the context of the conglomeration of the whole and the areas, limited areas that sit between them. And I'd also suggest to you, just so that you can deal with this together, your criticism of Mr. Moody, for instance, in 846, that there's no support whatsoever for a view that it would appear as a wind farm landscape from viewpoints to the west, is simply without foundation.
Could you just take me to that paragraph of mine?
Yes, 846.
846. I do not agree, starting with your last point, I do not agree that from the viewpoints within Highland, a wind farm landscape will be experienced from those viewpoints, except insofar as somebody may say, I can see a wind farm landscape over there. Because of the separation distance, you need to be at sufficient proximity to a wind turbine or wind turbines that they are the definitive or defining characteristic of the landscape. That's very clear. In S&H guidance, they have to be a dominant characteristic. Now, I don't accept from the hilltop viewpoints in Highland that situation arises. And I don't accept your suggestion that the wind farm landscape extends between Rothes and Berryburn. I think there are two wind farm landscapes separated by a distance of some 4 or 5 kilometres.
Okay. Well, no doubt the reporters will hear what you've said. I want to move on from that to three last topics. One is to look very briefly at viewpoint 12. And I think for that, if we have CD 1, I'm sure this is wrong, I think it's probably 1.3, volume 3D. I think it's figure 734 in CD 1.3. Yes, it's volume 3D, figure 7.34. I think gives you the start. And it's page 5 of 8, I think it starts. It's from the minor road from Lockendorg. That, I think, is the first viewpoint, so we need to scroll down a bit from there.
Is the best the wire line or the photomontage?
Just seeing if we can... Probably the wire line at 7.34b, because the photomontage at 7.34e, the wind turbines appear as indistinct against the slightly shaded or faded background. But if we look at the wire lines at 7.34b, I think this is a point picked up in your evidence. I can't remember the reference, but the Clash Gour turbines will be significantly more numerous than Berryburn and will be at, I think Berryburn's 110 metres. may have that wrong. Berry Burn's 100 metres, and the turbines at Clash Gour will be 149.5, so they'll be 50% taller. That's correct, isn't it? They will be 50% taller and more numerous, significantly more numerous.
They will be more. They will be more numerous, and they will be 100.
Helen, you had the right one.
Meters.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just saying to the programme officer that she had the right one. Just there.
Grateful, sir. I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on this. They just will be significantly more numerous, they're significantly more overlapping, and they'll be significantly larger.
And those are only part of the consideration that is undertaken in detail in Technical Appendix 7.2 when assessing the significance. It's not just simply a matter of the difference in height or the number of them when assessing significance.
No, and I accept that, but I'd suggest you've understated, not intentionally, but the impact of those three significant differences that I think we've agreed upon in assessing whether or not there's a significant impact from this viewpoint.
You also need to take account of the fact that you're not seeing any of those 149.5 turbines to their full height. So it isn't, this is, my point is that making an assessment of visual impacts is more complex than simply a numerical assessment, and I would ask the reporters to have regard to the full assessment in Technical Appendix 7.2.
Fine. If we just very briefly look at CD 124, because I think I said we would come back to it.
I missed that.
CD 124 is the wire line from the other side of Lockendorp. I think, again, one can see the same issue here. I'm not going to put them to you again, but you wanted to say something about the context, and I didn't want to be unfair to not give you that opportunity.
We're obviously looking at a wire line, and we will use wire lines when carrying out assessment, but I just wanted to make the point that you've passed Lockendorp at this stage, it's behind you, so the context of the effect of has changed. Yeah. And you are also some 5 kilometres closer.
Yeah. Okay, well, again, I'm sure the reporters will bear that in mind when they view this. And we're in agreement that wire lines for both yourself and Mr. Moody are perfectly sufficient from which to draw implications as to, or assessment of impact on views without the need for a photomontage necessarily.
I certainly do not need a photomontage to undertake an assessment of visual impact.
Grateful, thank you. If we move on to viewpoint 19, only 2 more topics to go. I think this is figure 7.40.
Before you do, Mr. Finlay, would it be a good time to take a break now, or do you want to press on to the end of your cross-examination?
I think I should hopefully finish in about 5 minutes or so.
Great.
So hopefully taking about 1 hour, 15 minutes roughly, and that would be a useful time to stop. If we have the figures before us, indeed that may well be it, I'm grateful. Now, the wire line, you have provided an updated wire line. For my purposes, I don't need to go to it, but for the reporter's purposes, it may just be worth noting it's an SI 2019 Volume 3 7.54, figure 7.54, because there was various differences between the 2019 version and this version. I'm in your hands as to whether there's a significant difference from this viewpoint that you wish to have regard to, but I think this wire line does my purposes sufficiently.
Sorry, Mr. Finley, I'm being very slow. Which viewpoint are you at?
Viewpoint 19.
Thanks.
I'm going to carry on with this one for the moment. As I understand it from the ZTV, and again, just to give a reference, the most up-to-date ZTV is SI 2020, which is CD 1.22. I don't need this brought up. Chapter 7, figure 7.9C, I think it is. You would see pretty well all Clash Gour turbines from this viewpoint. You may want to check that. So to check that, you will need CD so the SI 2020, which is CD 1.22.
I can confirm that you would see parts of up to 48 turbines. I mean, you can see in the wireline some of them are simply blade tips, others are partial turbines.
And if we go to your evidence in your report at 985, we're in that part of your report where you're assessing viewpoint 19. Perhaps if we, Programme Officer, if we could go back to the viewpoint one before that. Perfect, thank you. And we can see here that in the last sentence you say it is considered that the operational turbines in those wind farms, which are the obvious ones, will be readily seen in clear weather at a range of approximately 20 kilometres, along with the Rothes cluster forming a broken band of turbines across the distant upland horizon. Well, I just want to pick up on the phrase a broken band of turbines. It would rather suggest by your proposal you're fixing the break. And it won't be a broken band of turbines, it will be a continuous band of turbines. Would that be fair?
Certainly, when you look at the wireline, there is a gap between Hill of Glashkyle and Rothes 1 that would be filled by the Clash Gour northern group. So there is a small break in that skyline that would be filled. That's my point there.
Well, see, I'd suggest to you that, I accept it is some distance away, 20 kilometres or so, but you're on an elevated position. It's really only the Hill of Glashkyle, Buryburn and Paul's Hill that will impact on you significantly. And the Clash Gour turbines will make a significant difference from that viewpoint. So it's not just one part of the array that's going to make a difference.
I thought we were talking about the gap.
Well, if we're just talking about in terms of the gap will be filled from that particular viewpoint. We've accepted that to representative viewpoints, and you would accept that there are a significant number of other possible representative viewpoints along that western edge of Darver Moor, where the perception of gap or filling the gap will depend upon the angle that you have on any of the wind farms.
Yes, it will depend. It will change, of course, as you move around. At that viewpoint, you can at present make out Hill of Glashkyle, you can make out Rothes, you can make out Buryburn, and you can make out Paul's Hill, but they are distant and they are, I would describe as minor elements in the view. By far the more prominent development in the view is Tomlin Clach, which is to the right of this visualization.
Well, see, there may not be a great difference between us there, because I think Mr. Moody doesn't think they are, those existing wind farms are significant elements in the view. What he's concerned about is when you impose Clash Gour on the view and mend the broken band and add turbines that are significantly higher, instead of having 3 or 4 well-spaced wind farms, you'll have one wind farm landscape that you're looking at.
You don't perceive them as 3 or 4 separate wind farms at present. You perceive Hill of Glashkyle as one, and the other forms a ribbon of turbines across the distant horizon, stretching from Paul's Hill to Rothes.
Well, let's leave that for the reporters. One last point on this. Can we turn to CD 717, which is an SNH guidance on siting and design, at electronic page 32, paragraph 4.11. Key factor in determining cumulative impact of wind farms is the distinct identity of each group. It relates to their degree of separation and similarity of design. This applies whether they are part of a single development or part of a wider group. A wind farm, if located close to another of similar design, may appear as an extension. However, it appears, and these words, at least slightly separate and of different designs. So it's not putting the bar very high. It may conflict with the other development. In these cases, if a landscape is unable to accommodate the scale of the combined development, wind farm groups should appear clearly separate. It's important to achieve a balance between wind farms and undeveloped open landscape retained between them. See, what I'd suggest to you in this case is that you are upsetting that balance and in conflict with this guidance.
I don't agree with that, and viewpoint 19 is a good one to go to make that point. You don't read from this viewpoint Rothes 1, 2, Berryburn and Paul's Hill as separate wind farms. They are a near continuous line of turbines ranging across a distant part of the horizon. Hill of Glashkyle, I accept, is separate to that and would in effect be stitched back into that development perception as a result of Clash Gour. Clash Gour would intensify an existing group of wind turbines on the distant horizon. And
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
As SNH says there, a wind farm, if located close to another of similar design, may appear as an extension, and I think it would appear from viewpoint 19 as an intensification of an existing development in the view.
Well, see, I'd suggest to you that that's not the case. And if one goes back, it's not very helpful here, but if we go back to figure 7.41, which is in CD 1.3, and indeed that's helpful, you really are not assisted by the baseline photography because it's so indistinct you can't make anything of it, can you?
I accept that the baseline photography is not as optimum as it should be, but if you visit the location, you can make out those existing wind turbines.
Well, I think we have a different view as to what you can make out when you visit the location. I should perhaps add to the reporters, if they haven't been to the location, you can actually drive up to very close to it.
Sorry, you're moving with my microphone. I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Actually drive. There is actually a hill road very close that takes you very close to the location, if the estate would permit you to drive it, I suppose. Last point then, acceptability. You were asked about acceptability yesterday, and in the context of your paragraph 223, I'm not going to take you back to that. I just have one further point. If you turn on in your report to 718 and 719, 718, you're telling us the Landscape Institute has declared a climate and biological diversity emergency, and that you say that in 719 provides the context and that you should expect a higher degree of landscape change. My last question to you is, how much have these affected your views as to what is acceptable or not?
It has not.
Well, then why is it in your evidence?
It's in my evidence because when undertaking an assessment of the relative merits of landscape character types, you may well have regard to and interpreting S&H's objectives, its three objectives, landscape change, landscape accommodation, landscape protection. It is a factor that you may have in the back of your mind as influencing judgment on change, on the level of change that a landscape may accommodate. It does not feed into my assessment of acceptability, and it's not identified as one of the criteria that I apply when reaching that judgment.
Rather suggests to me that if you have it in the back of your mind, it would be very difficult to keep it out of your view on acceptability, Mr. Welsh.
It certainly is not. It does not influence my assessment of the acceptability of an effect.
Very grateful, Mr. Welsh. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finlay. It's 11:36 now. We'll take a break of about 15 minutes, which by my calculation is 10 to 12. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Good, I can add. Thank you, Aaron. So 10 to 12. Restarting the inquiry, I'm sorry, I should have explained before the break that there'll be further questions, or there may be further questions for Mr. Welsh. And I'll take questions in this order. So I'll take Mr. Kelly, and then I'll take Speyside Community Council. And I don't think there's anyone else here who would be asking questions. It may be that Mr. Steele has some questions of clarification. Was that likely to be the case, Mr. Steele?
Not so far, sir.
Not so far. Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Right. And then the two of us will ask questions. Mrs. Black may have some questions, and I have a few questions too. And then I'll return to Mr. Trinick for re-examination. Okay, so Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, sir. I've already pre-advised Mr. Welsh that the only document he will need is the March 2020 SI Volume 3, which I think is CD 123. And in my second point, I will take him to viewpoint 16, and we will need to look at figures 7.71A, 7.71B, and 7.71C, but no other documentation will be needed. Good morning, Mr. Welsh.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
As I think we're all aware, there are optional developments for both Clash Gour and for Rothes 3 before this conjoined inquiry. Just a simple clarification for myself. Do the reporters, if they were considering approving both, do the reporters have visualizations for every possible combination between the different options for the two schemes?
Yes, there is a set of comparative wirelines before the inquiry showing the differences between scenario B and the proposed development for each viewpoint.
It's just that I was looking through the visualisations, and if you, for example, have 3 optional developments for Clash Gour and 3 optional developments for Rothes 3, then the combination, the number of possible combinations is 9. So are there 9 sets of visualisations?
To the best of my knowledge, there are 2. There is a proposed development for Clash Gour and a scenario B which affects only the eastern cluster. There are a set of visualisations for that. Rothes 3 was assessed in our 2019 SI, and I'm happy that there is sufficient information in the various visualisations to give the reporters sufficient information to understand how Clash Gour relates to those other developments, whether it's the proposed development or scenario B.
Thank you. In the context of my client's case, can we now turn to viewpoint 16 in the March 220 SI? First point, the baseline photography is 5 years old. That's
yes,
not...
it was taken in June 2016.
Just hold on, it's not the correct visualization on the screen. It's figure 7.71A in SI 220. No. 7.71A in SI 220. Apologies, Mr. Walsh. My clients are following this, so I want to see the correct visualization on the screen. Okay, thank you. In terms of the date of the baseline photograph, the only point I want to put to you is, would you accept that when the reporters go to this viewpoint, what they will see now is slightly different from what's shown in that baseline photograph?
It may be in some respects. For example, Dornell has now become operational. So when they pan around from the summit of Ben Rinnes, they may notice that change.
Thank you.
I don't agree. I don't accept that it would be so substantially changed, other than perhaps Dornell, for them to detect a difference.
I wasn't seeking a view on that. I was just seeking confirmation of the fact that the view will be different now. Thank you. In relation to figure 7.71A, in particular looking at the wire line, do you understand the concern of a layperson, bearing in mind I represent a lay group? They're concerned that the landscape is going to end up being filled with wind farms.
That may be a reasonable concern for them to hold, but it's not a concern that I understand to be borne out by the evidence in terms of developments that are proposed.
If I put this slightly differently, do you think that, or would you consider that the landscape between Dallas and Knockandoo and Archystown has a finite capacity to absorb wind farms?
It does in terms of its landscape characterization. It's the landscape character that will largely dictate any capacity for further wind energy development.
I think in terms of the visualizations, we can now skip to 7.71C, the third entry for this viewpoint. Again, just in terms of updating, in relation to Clash and Darroch, would you accept that there's now an application for Clash and Darroch 2 in place?
I can't confirm the precise status. I'm aware that there is an extension proposed, but I am happy to accept your word for it if you're saying it has been submitted.
Yes, it has. Will you accept that? Yes.
I will accept that.
Thank you. And finally, in relation to this visualisation, looking at Dornell, which Dornell scheme is shown here?
It's a fair question. I'm not certain. I would need to check, because clearly there is the original scheme that has been approved and built and is operational, and it should be that scheme. But I don't want to give a commitment to that without having double-checked whether that is the case. This should be the original consented scheme that is shown in this view.
Thank you. I'm happy to accept a later answer. My own assessment was that there's potentially three schemes. There's Dornell 1 as approved, Dornell 1 as built, which took advantage of micrositing, and Dornell 2, which was not. So I'm happy to accept an answer at a later stage on that.
Thank you. I will endeavour to get that for you.
In just two more points. In discussing your use of acceptability, the word acceptability, with Mr. Brown, you agreed with him that there was no given standard in which to judge or compare your opinions. But in this case, you, for Dornell 1, which is why I asked about the visualisation, you used the term acceptability then in the same way as you use it just now. So would it be fair for the reporters to judge the quality of your judgment by looking at the actual impacts of Dornell as built?
I did conclude from my review of the evidence on Dornell that it was an acceptable form of development on an acceptable site, and I stand by that. So I am content for them to consider the scheme as built.
Thank you. Just one final small point. In your evidence, you at several occasions used the word absorb. The landscape has the capacity to absorb the development. Now, looking up the Oxford English Dictionary, I see absorb as defined as taking something in or soaking it up. Is that what you mean in your evidence?
I mean accommodate. I'm referring to the ability of the landscape character to accommodate a change that will not overwhelm it or become an overbearing influence in it.
But that accommodation can still result in significant adverse effects?
It can, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Ross.
May I ask some questions?
Of course, you can ask as many questions as you like. Do remember to put your your microphone on. That's it. Yes.
Thank you. As a layperson, and I live in Murray, and I also represent Speyside Community Council, which is one of the community councils closest to these two proposed developments, we're increasingly concerned. There are very few views within Murray now where you can't see a wind farm. And the perception of many people in Murray is that we're being turned into one vast power station. But relating to that, my question is, how will the recent application for the Berryburn extension affect the visualisations that we have before us? Thank you.
I think that's a very fair question, and we did include within the environmental statement update in March 2020 the scoping stage Berryburn 2 wind farm. So you can have a look at wire lines for each viewpoint, and they include Berryburn 2 within them. So that will give you some measure of how those views would change if it is built out.
Would you like to bring up those views, or you're welcome to ask for the views to be brought up, if you have any particular viewpoint in mind, Mrs. Ross?
Perhaps Mr. Welsh can you point us in the right direction? Perhaps if you have a figure number or something that might help, Mrs. Ross?
Of course. Sorry, I didn't realise Mrs. Ross was waiting for a reference. The visualisations that I've referred to are contained in CD 1.23, and it's volume 3 of the SI 2020. And within that, there are sets of figures showing the baseline photograph with an updated cumulative wire below. So, for example, if you were to go to figure 1 in that, you can see the proposed development in red, the operational Berryburn in black, and the Berryburn 2 scoping stage as it was then in orange, which has since become a live application. And that's the document on the screen now, Mrs. Ross.
What's the name of that viewpoint? That's the Yellow Bog Road, isn't it? That's the Dallas Knockandoo Road.
Yes.
at Yellow Bog. Yeah.
That's correct, sir.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask, Mrs. Ross?
No, just thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. So, I'll turn to Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele said he didn't have any questions for clarification.
None, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
So I'll turn to my colleague, Mrs. Black, if she has any questions.
I just have a small number of questions, Mr. Welsh, just to pick up on some of the points that have been discussed in your evidence. Looking at going back to your inquiry report, it's CD 14.1. Excuse me. And in paragraph 2.20.
I have that, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Again, it's going back to the question, we have touched on it in evidence, but it refers to the acceptability of effects, and you distinguish between professional judgment of a landscape architect and acceptability in planning terms. I'm just really looking to seek clarification from you as to what you mean by that statement. What is the difference between the two in your opinion?
What I'm seeking to do, ma'am, is provide a judgment in my professional experience as to whether or not the effects that I've identified are acceptable in relation to the factors that I consider are important in terms of accommodating the development in the landscape. The environmental statement gives you an indication as to whether the effect is significant or not, but it doesn't give you an indication as to whether those significant effects are acceptable. And because I'm writing my own evidence, I'm able to go a step further and give you that opinion. But what I want to do is be very clear and make the distinction that I'm not seeking to undertake the planning balance, which is a judgment that I accept has to be made by the decision maker. And that may reflect a number of matters of which landscape is only one. Landscape official is only one.
Thank you. We've also heard in your evidence various references to the term set well back. A number of witnesses have obviously, and cross-examination, you've referred to that term, both in the context of the capacity study guidance and obviously in your evidence. I think you've also made reference to the proposal being set well back into the core of the upland areas. I'm just really looking to seek any clarification. If you're aware of any specific definition of that term, either it be in the guidance or any other source that you're aware of.
Certainly how I've interpreted it, and I think JW2 is a useful figure for you to look at. The capacity study seeks to push development or site development into the core of the upland area, because with every landscape character type, although they're drawn with hard lines around the edges, there is inevitably a transition from one to another. So if we look at JW2, the uplands are defined by areas 10 and 11, LCTs 10 and 11, so that Rothes is in one part of the uplands and Bury Burn is in another. And as you moved along the edges of those landscape character types, there is this transition that takes place into the adjoining valley types. And those interfaces are always sensitive because you may perceive a development in the uplands from the valley, and they may possess different landscape scales which can set up a conflict. So to answer your question, I would interpret the core as being the point at which you are deepest into those upland areas from the edge. And as we can see on JW2, the eastern group of Clash Gour sits across the boundary between LCTs 10 and 11. So I regard that to be very much in the core of the character types. It couldn't go any deeper into the upland area.
I suppose what I'm alluding to is how would you define set well back?
I would define set well back as being positioned such that it doesn't give rise to an overbearing influence on sensitive receptors in adjoining character types. So for example, the northern group of Clash Gour is shielded to some extent by the ridge that stems from Mill Buoy to Hill of Clash Kyle, and that cuts off the ZTV. So if there may be physical features in the landscape that allow you to position it closer to one edge than another because they mitigate the visual effect on the adjoining area. So it's not simply a question of being located as far as possible from the edge. It's about the nature of the effect that arises in the adjoining area.
And I suppose the question for Mr. Seaton and I is how can we be assured that the turbines have been set back far enough? Is there a guidance or parameters that we can use to make that decision?
I think the parameters that you can use are the visualizations in some of these adjoining character types. The guidance doesn't say that development in the uplands must not be visible. It says it must be set back to try and reduce that sense of an overbearing or a dominant effect on the adjoining area. And visualizations in the Spey Valley and in the area LCT5 to the north will help to give you some indication of the nature of the visual impact that it has on those adjoining areas, together with the ZTV, which shows the extent of that impact.
Thank you. If I could turn to, just moving on again, back to your inquiry report, paragraph 9.81, and it touches on some of the cross-examination that Mr. Finlay discussed with you earlier in relation to viewpoint 12. That's the viewpoint just in the south of the loch. In your report, you state that the Clash Gour turbines would have a clear association with the wind farm influence landscape, reinforcing the perceived association of wind farms in the upland part of this view, and would be experienced within this similar landscape context. And this is obviously something that we discussed in your evidence with Mr. Finlay. I'm just really looking to try and get a sense of in what sense is it a wind farm influenced landscape from that particular viewpoint. You talked about proximity of turbines, scale of turbines, so is that the key factors, if you like, in terms of what's influencing your perception of that view?
Our assessment of the view considers a range of factors, and when you stand at that viewpoint and you look along Lochindorb, you see Bury Burn beyond the loch, beyond the enclosing hills, and you see them through a gap on the moor beyond the end of the loch. My point here is that view is already influenced by wind turbines as you look down the loch. Clash Gour, from that point of view, would intensify the influence of wind turbines in the view, but it would not create a new impact. So therefore, it's an intensification of an existing characterising element in the view.
So sorry.
Yeah, I was just to say, if Berryburn was not there, the nature of the effect would be different. So Berryburn has an influencing, a wind farm, a wind turbine influencing effect on that part of that view.
So when you refer to you would experience that within this similar landscape context, you're not necessarily talking about the landscape context at the viewpoint, you're talking about the landscape context at the point where we have Berryburn in view, etc.
No, I am talking about the context to that view. So everything that you see in that view, it hasn't. The Berryburn already has a presence on the context of that view, and that would change with the introduction of Clash Gour, but it would concentrate development in a part of the view that's already affected. It's not a new effect, and on that basis, we don't consider that the additional visual impact is a significant one, and we cite reasons for that in the technical appendix 7.2, which goes into it in detail.
And I just have one last question, again going back to your inquiry report, paragraph 9.105. And this relates to, have some commentary in terms of the effects, the visual effects at Tap Farm. And the residential visual amenity assessment assesses a significant visual effect of a medium magnitude. And you then refer to the existing forestry to the northwest of the property, and that forestry would screen the views of the turbines with only 5 being visible. Do we know what the proposals are for the forestry in that particular area, future proposals?
I'm afraid I do not, ma'am, but and I'm unclear whether the forestry chapter would include that information, but I'm sure we can come back to you on our understanding there. But I don't precisely know.
That would be helpful, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have, thank you.
Sorry, I have one further point on your inquiry report about acceptability. I was just to clear something up very briefly. If you go to your inquiry report, paragraph 2.23, and the very last sentence of that paragraph, the reporters in that Limekilns case refer to, they discuss that they don't find it problematic with you. They don't take no issue with you expressing a view on acceptability in qualified terms. They go on to say we don't consider the credibility or robustness of the assessment is undermined by having expressed such a view. And they go on to say, nor has that opinion on acceptability influenced our own consideration of landscape and visual effects. But you're expecting us to, presumably, you do want us to take into account your judgment on acceptability in assessing landscape and visual effects.
I do, sir. And the reason I present an opinion on acceptability in my evidence is because the LVIA does not leave you with any indication as to whether the significant effects assessed are acceptable or not. So you have to form your own judgment on that, and I seek to give you the benefit of my opinion, and whether you entertain that or disregard that is your judgment. In this case, the reporters said they didn't have I was challenged on why I presented acceptability at the lime kiln inquiry, and what I read from this is that they had no problem with me expressing it, but they made up their own mind. I've found in the past that it's also helpful to the applicant's planning witness to understand whether I consider the effects identified in the EIAR the nature of those effects, because it can provide the planning witness with some assistance when reaching a view on the policy implications. Not all landscape architects prescribe to this approach, but I found it to be helpful.
Okay, well, we've dealt quite a lot with that, so I won't take that point any further. But thank you very much for that answer. Right, a number of these things have been covered. I wonder if it's fair to say that in landscape and visual terms, you're assessing what's effectively it's not exactly 3 wind farms, it's three extensions to Berryburn. Is it fair to say that?
It is 3 extensions to Berryburn. It forms part of one project, but clearly the different groups are set apart from one another, albeit that they're connected to Berryburn in visual terms. And from the ZTV analysis that we've produced in my JW set of figures, you can see that the different groups of turbines have different effects in the landscape. And I explain that I think it's advantageous because you are, in effect, getting a big wind farm without all of the impact that might otherwise bring.
We've got that, yeah. No, I'm not suggesting for a moment that this would necessarily be the Minister's position or our position in our report. I just asked the question to identify the answer. Partly, well, I'll go on to explain. I'll maybe ask the question. If ministers thought that one part of the proposed development was unacceptable in landscape and visual terms, one of the 3 groups, but the rest were acceptable, is there sufficient landscape and visual evidence before them to make an informed judgment on that?
From my point of view, there is. You have a suite of landscape and visual. You have an enormous amount of information on landscape and visual before you, including sets of ZTV analysis of the individual parts. So in that hypothesis, my opinion is you have adequate information.
Now I'm going to upset the programme officer because I've wanted to go to a document that I haven't actually given her notice of. It's the Environmental Impact Assessment Report. It's the end of Chapter 7, and it's the summary table you have there of the significant effects. So it's CD 1.2, I think, isn't it?
I have that, sir.
Yeah. And perhaps it would be fair to have the figures that go along with your report as well to hand. with your report, so it would be JW 18. Hold on. Yes, I'm sorry. It would be JW 19. Sorry, the hub height ZTV for the southern group. JW 20, the hub height ZTV for the northern group, and JW 21, the hub height ZTV for the eastern group. I'm sorry about that, Helen. So it's yeah. Have you got those figures to hand? Is that okay? Yeah, good. Sorry. In CD 1.2, it's the table, the summary table of landscape and visual effects at the very end of the chapter. Okay, good. Now, on my very crude analysis, and I'm sure it is a crude analysis, when you go through the viewpoints, most of the significant effects either relate entirely or partly. I think it's most. I think it's just over half relate entirely or partly to the eastern group of turbines. If you're looking at the effects at viewpoints, do you agree with that? Sorry, that may take a little bit of time to answer.
I would have to say, sir, that I don't think that is entirely the case. We do have some significant effects on the western side at Dava, Knockabray, Moree.
I wasn't claiming that there weren't significant effects elsewhere. I was just, in terms of very crude analysis of the viewpoints, a majority seemed to have either the eastern group as causing the effect, or as a contributor to it, or significant contributor to it. Well, that's perhaps an element of evaluation of my own in there.
I think certainly viewpoints 1 and...
So if we went through 1...
1 is on the minor road to the east. Clearly it depends where the viewpoints are located. Viewpoint 1 is on the eastern side, and it is the eastern group that are closest to that viewpoint. Viewpoints 2 and 3, I would say it's and 4 are the western or southern group, southern and northern group. 10 is the eastern group. 16 would be the eastern group. 24 is the southern group. 25, I would say, is southern and northern. And 26 is the eastern. 27 is the eastern, and 28 is also the eastern. So there's a bit of a mix, but yes, I would say the eastern.
Okay. And if we have a look at, I don't think we necessarily need to put it up on the screens, but if we look at Carol Anderson's recognition, I'm at her report at 616. She's looking at significant visual effects there. Her first relates to the Spey Valley. Her second to views from the E95. Her third to the minor road from Dallas and Upper Knockandoo. Her fourth to the Dava Way. And her fifth to Ben Rins. So we've got the Spey Valley, the views from the E95, the Dallas Upper Knockandoo Road, and Ben Rins. Ben Rins has the northern group in it as well, I think. Perhaps from the top, actually, the northern, and a bit of the southern group. But the majority of those concerns are also, if you just take her concerns, the majority of her concerns are also about the eastern group. That's correct, isn't it?
I think that's a fair assessment of her evidence.
Yeah. Do you think that those 2 points, do you think that reflects upon the eastern group having a greater visual impact generally, or is there some other factor involved?
I think because of the minor road cutting across the uplands to the east of the site between Upper Knockandoo and Dallas, that does tend to add a weight to the numbers of receptors on the eastern side of the development. So that may be a factor in why we're seeing the eastern group come up more so than others. Because albeit we have a road to the west of the development in the 939 and the 940, that is substantially screened. And I am aware that the council's objection relates primarily to the edges of the upland at Dallas, or towards Dallas and towards Carron, Upper Knockandoo and the Spey Valley. So I think that's why we're perhaps seeing more concern focused on those areas. In my professional opinion, having regard to the visualizations and looking at those areas on the ground, yes, it can be seen, but it doesn't result in an overbearing effect on those areas. And actually the extent of effect in those areas is relatively limited.
Now, this in a way is a point following on from what Mrs. Black said. Again, we don't need to go there. I'll just read it out for you. Carol Anderson's report at paragraph 8.1 says that reduction in the number of turbines could have allowed the wind farm to sit more within the core upland area, further away from roads, smaller scale settled landscapes. Oh, sorry, I'll just give the programme officer a moment to catch up. Yep, are we there? Yep. Smaller scale settled landscapes and recreational routes, and increased its acceptability in landscape and visual terms. So I'm sure I can ask her about whether the deletion of particular turbines would make the proposed development more acceptable. But I thought we could take a look at what might, well, at a kind of thought experiment, if we can do that briefly. So if we could look first at viewpoint 1, I think that's CD 1.3C, isn't it? Yes. That's the Dallas Knockandoo Road. So I thought we could maybe attempt to remove the wind farm a bit further from the road, just in my thought experiment, by about, I think it's rather more than a kilometre if we take off the front 7 turbines, the turbines nearest the road. So those would be turbines 25, 26, 27. Basically, all the turbines, it would be 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 and 32. So 25 to 32. If we took off those turbines nearest the road, are you able to have a look at perhaps it's easiest to look at the wire line first and then at the photomontage. And say from that, sorry, Helen, it's the... I'm sorry, the best figure to look at for the wire line is 723E. And in that we can see the turbines numbered. So if we took off those turbines 25 to 32, how or to what extent would that change your assessment of the effect of the proposed development on the view here? Do take your time. I wasn't expecting an instant reaction.
Clearly, sir, when we went through the design process for the development, we went through a process very much like this, and it's an iterative process of adjusting the layout to get to a level that you feel comfortable with, having regard to a whole range of factors. It's a process that you can carry on ad infinitum, and I can accept that if you took off that outer row of 7 turbines, it reduces the magnitude of effect. So that it's in a sense it's a self-fulfilling exercise. The more you take away, the lower the impact becomes. I would have to say that I don't consider the effect of the scheme that we've got before the inquiry to be unacceptable when you have regard to the scale of the landscape in that location. But accepting your hypothesis, your thought process, it would reduce the magnitude effect. I think it would still remain a significant visual effect at viewpoint 1. And I would also say in this context that it's helpful to also have regard to the impact that Rothes 2 currently has from the road. And the earlier wireline you took me to, you can do a page flipping exercise and you'll see that Clash Gour is broadly consistent in tip height with Rothes 2.
So that would be going back to wireline 7.23C.
And comparing C and A, yes.
Yeah, of course.
And you can sort of bend the page over just to see that they are, and that's very much a factor of distance, because clearly Clash Gour is appreciably taller than Rothes 2, but because it's set back by 3.5 kilometres, as opposed to Rothes 2 being about 2 kilometres, it's they end up being a comparable size. So that was another factor during the design process that led us to conclude we'd reached the right sort of balance.
Yeah. Well, can I continue the thought experiment? If we look at a few other viewpoints where this is seen and take off those further 7 turbines, again 25 to 32. So we'll need the wire lines where the turbines are numbered. So that's generally figure C in each of the visualizations. So if we go to viewpoint 10 first. So this is Karen. And the figure I'm looking at is 7.32B. Yes, that's the one. So if we notice, there's only actually 4 of those turbines visible, I think. So it's 29, 28, 27, and the tip of 32. So again, the question is the same. If we'd taken off those 7 turbines nearest the Dallas Knockandoo Road, how would it change your assessment of this viewpoint?
The removal of 32 wouldn't be material, but the removal of 29, 28 and 27, in my opinion, would reduce that visual effect at that specific viewpoint to potentially below the significant threshold.
Is that because they're the closest to the viewpoint, or just because there'd be fewer turbines?
It's because when you look at the photo montage on the following figure, 732C, they are 3 of the turbines where you can see the hubs more clearly.
Right, great. Can we repeat the exercise for viewpoint 13? Which, for those with the paper copy, is the next volume. So it's land north of Brodie Croft, and the figure is 7.35B. That's the wire line with the numbered turbines. And we can see the turbines 25 to 32 over on the right-hand side mostly. And again, it's the same question, Mr. Welsh.
What it would tend to do in that view is reduce the field of view affected slightly, because it would, again, if you look at the montage, it would remove 5 of the turbines in that on the right-hand side of the montage. It would leave one there, being 19. In our assessment, this was a not significant effect, so it would remain so, but it would, I accept, reduce the field of view affected slightly.
Okay, and viewpoint 26, which I'll follow up with viewpoint 28, and that'll be the end of this particular part of the exercise. 26 is the next one, yeah. I don't know how to pronounce this. Is it Wangi or Wangi? Does anyone know? No, I'm not kidding. No. Well, let's call it Hill of Wangi. I'm looking at the figure with the numbered turbines is 748C.
I've just highlighted those turbines, and it would reduce the field of view to the left-hand side and would marginally reduce the perceived height of the wind farm by pushing back where 25 and 30 are seen.
And would it change the assessment that you've made in terms of magnitude of effect or significance?
Just check that, sir. In the SI 2020 table, which is the same as the but updated table that you took me to initially, we had a high to medium magnitude of impact. And I think that would probably remain, to be fair, sir, but I accept it would narrow the field of view affected.
All right, we'll go to viewpoint 28 now. I'm terribly sorry. I've missed off viewpoint 27. I suppose we should look at that too. But let's look at viewpoint 28 since we're there, and then we can maybe go back to viewpoint 27. So again, the same question, Mr. Welsh.
In the case of this view, it would also narrow the horizontal field of view affected by removing a number of turbines from the left-hand side, and it would also push back the height of those, the apparent height of the turbines remaining very slightly. The turbines that are being removed on the left-hand side would largely not be perceived in the photo montage because they lie behind the forestry, but it would reduce the prominence of number 25 in that view, which is the one to the left of the, in the photo montage, to the left of the transmission tower. So it would reduce the sense of overlapping of some turbines in that view, but I think it would, we assessed it as a high to medium magnitude. I think it would still be in that realm.
And we'll go just lastly to 27. Scott Tack, please. And if we have a look at figure 7.49b. Again, the same question, Mr. Welsh.
Again, it would slightly reduce the horizontal field of view affected by removing the 3 turbines on the left-hand side. And it would reduce remove 3 of the closest turbines, so it would again reduce the density of turbines seen in that view. And we had assessed a magnitude of high previously for Scott Cleese, and it might be reasonable to assume a reduction to high to medium, but it would remain a significant effect.
Okay, thank you. Now, I don't think we need to go to the document, but I will if you want me to. It's Gary Templeton's inquiry report. He has a number of maps at the back. And
Sorry, whose is that, sir?
So it's Gary Templeton's inquiry report, which is, I'm sorry, I should have got the number for this. It's in Highland Council's 16.3.1, right?
I have that, sir.
Right. There's, if you go to Appendix 2, you see the boundaries of the land within which the Murray wind energy landscape character assessment, I think, identified opportunity for possibility of extension and repowering.
I'm going to, sorry, I wouldn't normally do this, but there's already a false assumption in your question.
I'm sorry, yes.
I think we have to be careful about putting this point to Mr.
I
Welch.
realise that as I said it. I'm sorry about that. But it's marked, anyways, it's marked as extension and repowering on this plan. And there's 7 turbines that fall outside it. We could go through a similar exercise, but I won't. As regards those seven turbines, what we've just done. But can you give me an overall view of what the change would be to the effects, the visual effects of the proposed development, if those 7 turbines were removed from the design?
Sir, can I just be quite clear? We're talking about the same 7 turbines that we've just looked at.
No, I'm sorry. I'm being confusing. We're looking at this I'm terribly sorry. We're looking at the southern group.
Yes.
And it's there's 7 turbines that fall either on or just outside the boundary, so between the River Divvy and the boundary of the area marked extensions and repowerings.
Yes.
If those 7 turbines were removed from the design, what effect would there be on in terms of the various effects the southern group, that the proposed development has on visual amenity? And I'm thinking particularly about viewpoint 2, viewpoint 3. So viewpoint 2 is Davamur, viewpoint 3 the Divvy Viaduct, viewpoint 24 Scorgoia, and viewpoint 25 the Knockabray Murray. We can go to those if you want, but if you're able to give me an overall view, that would be helpful.
The 7 turbines on the western extremity of the southern group, if they were removed, it would increase the separation from viewpoint 2 and 25 to the development, so there would be a reduction in proximity to the closest parts of the wind farm, but you would nonetheless continue to see the remaining turbines lying to the front of Bury Burn, beyond the edges of the moor. From viewpoint 3, they are, to the best of my knowledge, out with the field of view, or they're at the extremities of the view, behind the trees, or towards the trees, in the view from the viaduct.
Would it be helpful just to go
Might
to
be worthwhile just having a look at 3. Okay. I've got the SI.
I'm sorry, I should have given you the numbers of the turbines as well. They are 33 to 39, so 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. So we'll have a look at viewpoint 3. and there's two wire lines. One is 7.55D and the other is 7.55E, and the one we're looking at particularly is 7.55E. No, I'm sorry, it's 725C and 725D. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong document. And those are the wire lines.
I have those, sir. If those are the turbines that sit on the right-hand side of that wire line, so in effect it would be the removal of 7 turbines on the right-hand side. I would point out that in terms of the photo montage...
So if we look over the page at the photo montage... I'm sorry, you're not there, I'm sorry. So it's CD 1.3 C, and it's figure 7.25, and the wire lines we were just looking at were 7.25D, and the photo montage is, well, there's 2 pages to the photo montage, so the one we want to look at particularly is 7.25F.
In terms of the photo montage, it would remove the turbines to either side of the transmission tower in the right of centre, and three others to the left of that. So two turbines are concealed by trees, and it would be a removal of 5 from the right-hand end of the array.
And how would that change your view on magnitude or on significance of effect?
It wouldn't make a difference to our assessment of significant effect at this location.
Okay. Well, we better, just to make it complete, we better go to the viewpoints, viewpoint 24 and viewpoint 25, and then back to viewpoint 2, just to make sure that we've covered everything, just so we see those. So perhaps if we do viewpoint 2 first, because it's just the next page, or a page back, or a few pages back. So we're looking at figure 7.24B, Davaway near Knockofbury Murray. That's the one, I think, yep. Okay, so if we take off those turbines, those 7 turbines again, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, how would that change your assessment?
Clearly, it would remove the turbines that are closest to the viewpoint. We have assessed this to have a high to medium, a high magnitude of change. I think this would remain a high, possibly a high to medium magnitude of change, but it would remain significant.
Okay. If we do viewpoint 24, which is in volume 3E, so the wire line is 7.46C, that's one. How would it change your assessment there?
It would remove the 3 turbines to the left-hand side and then remove a number of the closer ones from the left-hand end of the array. We had assessed a high to medium magnitude of change and significant. I think it would remain a high to medium magnitude of change and significant, but it would narrow the array from that location.
Mm-hmm. And we move over the page to the Knocklebury Murray. So looking at viewpoint 25, figure 7.47b. Just a wee bit further up, that's it. So how would that change your assessment there?
It would remove the 7 turbines that are closest to the viewpoint, and we assessed a high magnitude of change at viewpoint 25. I think it would remain a high magnitude of change and a significant effect. Possibly a high to medium magnitude of change.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Well, actually, since Highland Council has raised Loch and Dorb as well, perhaps we should just finish on that one. We could go to viewpoint 12, which is in volume B, and we'll finish on that. Did I say volume D, I said, didn't I? And it's figure 734B that we're looking at. So we can see a couple of turbines, well, not a couple, a few turbines for the northern group on the left-hand side, and the southern group on the right-hand side. We can see those numbered turbines. So again, for the last time, the same question.
I'm very sorry, sir. I've forgotten the first turbine number that we were looking
it's
at.
33 to 39.
The difference here would be relatively minimal in that 33, which is the left-hand end of the 7, is seen to just below hub height, and the others are seen to as blade tips, and the remainder not seen. They're concealed behind the hillside. So the reduction there would be certainly of a low order. I don't believe it would change our assessment, sir.
All right. Okay. Great. So I'm sorry, everyone, for that rather long exercise. I hadn't realised it would take quite so long. Perhaps I should have done. So we're now at 1:15. It's Mr. Trinick next for re-examination. Perhaps the thing to do is to take a break for lunch now. I'm looking at Mr. Trinick, and then come back at 2 o'clock to start re-examination. Okay. So we'll take a break now.
So I was just wondering if, before you do, there are a number of witnesses to get through after 2 o'clock. And I wondered whether it was possible, if they're not being asked questions, particularly by many people, whether it would be possible for them not all to have to use the same witness table, because it might speed their throughput if they were. There are quite a lot of gaps on the opposition bench on which they could sit.
Right.
To be provided with a microphone. It's just a suggestion.
We haven't done a witness transfer yet, so we don't know quite how long it'll take, but it's really a question for the applicants who will be cross-examining. For the.
Well, no one's going to be cross-examining.
Cross-examiners don't mind the witness being over here. Mr. Brown, would you be concerned about the witness being over here?
No, sir.
So, as I understand it, no one's cross-examining.
No one's cross-examining, sir.
Oh, no, of course they're not.
So they could be. I was thinking that use could be made of the seats.
Yes.
The empty
Yes.
seats.
No. Yes, you're absolutely right. That we can do that. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. So if we had the witnesses in those seats over there, as well as at the second witness table, yeah. Yes, we can do that. Yeah. everyone's back now, so we can recommence with Mr. Trinnick's re-examination of Mr. Welsh.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Welsh, I'm going to start with viewpoint. Sorry, I better find it again. Viewpoint 28, which is in CD13 Volume E, Figure 750D. You were taken here by Mr. Brown. I have two questions in re-examination. Firstly, is this view representative of the views that will be obtained within the settlement of Dallas?
No.
Is there a viewpoint, another viewpoint, which better represents views from Dallas itself? And Mr. Brown, if you don't mind me leading to some extent on questions of fact to save time, viewpoint 6, I think, is the...
Viewpoint 6.
Thank you very much. If you go to JW2, please. The A1, well, whatever people have got, frankly. But on the A1 version, we can see the pale grey, I suppose you call it, lines at 1 kilometre from, for example, the Dallas group, indicating a 1 kilometre separation from any of the turbines in the Dallas group. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the fact that you have also estimated a wind farm landscape going to roughly 1 kilometre from each of the groups linked in any way functionally to that grey line, or is it serendipity?
It's certainly the wind farm landscape is not linked to that line. I've just indicated that approximately 1 kilometre from the turbines, the wind farm landscape will cease to be perceived.
And in terms of the extent of wind farm landscapes from any given wind farm, have you assessed any wind farms in that sense other than Clash Gour?
No.
You were asked a question by Mr. Brown concerning the distance between some developments and the minor road going from Dallas to Knockando. And the point I put to you now is because I think you gave an incorrect answer, and I think I'm obliged to factually correct it if by suggestion in re-examination. You appeared to say that Paul's Hill was as close to the Dallas to Knockando Road as Bury Burn. That's the note I made of what you said. But I suspect that you didn't mean to say that. Instead of Paul's Hill, you may have meant Rothes. I'm not sure what you meant, but I don't think you meant what you said, because it's simply not correct.
I don't recall...
Sorry, I didn't catch all of that, but I did catch a reference to Rothes, which made me alert.
Well, I'm sorry to woken you up, but don't get too worried. I'm not having a go at Rothes. It's simply a factual question of what Mr. Welch said in his evidence yesterday in reply to Mr. Brown. Because I think I heard him say that Paul's Hill was as close. I had the impression it was an entirely
leading question, but I may be wrong.
I think you are. Well, why not wait and see how we go? Mr. Welch, I think you said, and this is perhaps I won't use the word Rothes again, because it has a startling effect. You said that Paul's Hill was as close to that road as Bury Burn. Did you mean to say that? Have you said it?
I don't recall referring to Paul's Hill in those terms, but certainly Rothes 2 is appreciably closer to the minor road than Bury Burn is.
That's okay. So I may have misrecorded the point, but I just wanted to make sure that if that was said, it didn't stand.
Just before you go on, Mr. Steele, are you having difficulty hearing? Is that the? Can you hear okay now?
I heard what was just being said then. The previous question by my learned friend, I only heard parts of it. I did ask during the break whether it was possible to move the speakers down a little bit, but I gather it's not, and I gather that we're at full volume. But there have been occasions earlier when it's been difficult to hear down here. I haven't raised it because the witness didn't really concern us, but obviously when it's our witnesses, I need to ensure that I do hear everything.
Yes. Just so if everyone, just so I can repeat the request that if everyone really speaks into the microphone. I'm sorry, Mr. Trinnick. Please carry on.
Well, do shout at anybody if you can't hear me. My next point takes us to examination this morning by Mr. Finlay. In your technical appendix, we don't need to go to it, technical appendix 7.5, which is in CD 1.3, technical appendices to the EIAR, you were looking at the future baseline. When looking at that baseline, did you make any assumptions that any of the wind farms examined would receive either repowering or time extensions?
No.
Thank you. I want to more fully understand what you told Mr. Finlay about perceptions of wind farm landscapes at distance. And for that purpose, I think we need to go to CD 1.3, volume 3C, viewpoint 8. And if you would go to figure 730D, which is the photomontage, rather than me misleading you, could you explain what you meant when talking to Mr. Findlay, using that photomontage, about what you can perceive at that distance, at 7.3 kilometres, of any wind farm landscape?
Using figure 730D, you would certainly not interpret this location as being within a wind farm landscape. You might well look at that view and say, I can see there is a wind farm landscape over there. And that was the point I was trying to make, that you need to be really sufficiently close to a group of turbines for them to appear dominant in the way that SNH expects and describes in defining a wind farm landscape.
And the second example, just to complete this point, takes us to viewpoint 19, figure 741C in CD 1.3, volume E. Which is the photomontage again. And yes, it is a bit hazy, I agree with Mr. Finlay. Same question to you, Mr. Welch.
Having regard to figure 741C, you would not describe this location as being within a wind farm landscape applying SNH's approach. You might, again, assess there as being a wind farm landscape in the distance, looking over to Rothes, Paul's Hill and Buryburn.
Okay, that's now clear, I understand. You've got viewpoint 19 out again. I'm sorry. Apologies. Another point. But look at the wire line this time. when you were answering a question from Mr. Finlay, you said that Tomlin Clack is somewhere off to the right. And I just wanted we'd use a bit more precision there. We can't see it in the image, obviously, but
I don't think I mentioned Tomlin Clack, but I'm quite happy for you to take the point. I think Mr. Welsh mentioned Tomlin
he did
Clack.
in answer to your question.
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying where it is, that's all. Were you to be standing at the viewpoint, would Tomlin Clack be visible?
Microphone on, please. Thanks.
Pardon. Standing at the viewpoint, Tomlin Clack is very visible. It lies to the right of the frame of view shown in the baseline photograph for viewpoint 19 by about a quarter of the dimension of the photograph again. So it's just out of the field of view of this photograph at a distance from recollection of about 4 or 5 kilometres.
You were asked by Marion Ross a question about Berryburn 2, and you took us to the S2SI 2020 so as to show that you'd assessed a layout for Berryburn 2. I understand that was the scoping stage layout. We now know the application's been submitted. Do you know if the layout changed between the scoping stage and the submission?
I do not know.
I anticipated that answer, sir. I think with the consent of others in the room, we will present you with that information so you know you have the submitted picture.
Thank you.
Now, coming on to questions asked of you by Mr. Seaton. First of all, in terms of Mr. Templeton's Appendix 2, I think you can recall it without going there, are you the witness to speak to the origins of the Pinkin hatching on that plan?
No, Alison Sidgwick should take on that responsibility.
Thank you. I want you to take up now the design and access statement, please. And what I'm responding to, sir, is the exercise that you took Mr. Welch through. If we subtract X, what would that do to the effects? And if you start at page 24, I'm sorry, Helen, it's CD 17. And on page 24 of the document, you have a heading Design Considerations. When planning a wind farm, and I'll ask you before that, have you been involved in groups of people designing wind farms over a period?
Yes.
Were you involved in the group designing this wind farm?
I was involved as a director in charge of the project, so I was engaged in the process. I didn't take on a day-to-day role in the iterations that were undertaken.
What does section 3.4 on page 24 and following tell you about the issues which need to be taken into account when designing a wind farm?
It tells the reader that there are a number of environmental considerations that require to be taken into account when designing a wind farm, ranging from ground conditions, hydrology, aviation, ecology, technical constraints. Design of a wind farm involves consideration of a large number of factors.
And they're set out in the text in that section.
Yes.
And figures 10, 11, 12 and 13 represent the results of investigations. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you go to page 28 of the document, is this a description of the design evolution of the project we now know as Clash Gour?
Yes.
So you start out with an initial layout, we see of 72 turbines, comes down to a scoping stage layout, 63. We can note the different heights as the project evolves, a revised scoping layout, an aviation constrained layout. We don't need to go into why, but it's aviation constrained for some reason. And then turning to page 30, combined constraints layout, a design chill layout, interesting phrase, and then finally onto the design freeze. So is the design freeze layout that which we have before the inquiry?
Yes. Design freeze is the final stage in the design process, at which point the layout is fixed.
Go on to page 41, please. And this is sorry, I've skipped the page. Hold on. 38, sorry. Page 38. Or perhaps 36 just to start, so we can see, sorry, Helen, that this section concerns the design response. So is this the response of the design of the project to the numerous complex interlocking issues which have been discussed earlier?
Yes.
If we go over to page 38, and noting particularly here the questions put to you by Mr. Seaton, do we see a consideration of matters relating to the Dallas-Knockando Road?
Yes, it's an iterative process of design looking at different scenarios and considerations.
And what were the factors you were looking at in figures 24, 25 and 26?
Relationship of the turbines to the existing wind turbines and proximity to the minor road with a view to avoiding or minimising the magnitude of impacts from that minor road.
On page 39, do we see a visual representation of the various factors you had in mind?
Yes,
or some of them? I don't know.
It shows an interpretation of the constraints and how that influenced the design, the areas for the wind farm.
And the eastern group, the Dallas group of turbines, we can see arrows going back to the Dallas-Knockando Road, can't we?
Yes.
And set back from the edge of the upland and transitional Lossy Valley landscape, is that right?
Yes.
And there are others, well, we were also taken to the southern group. So we can see setbacks from properties to the west and from the national park, can't we?
Yes.
Indeed, the SLA as well.
Indeed.
All right. And going over the page again to number 40, do we have some information here? A comparative scale of turbines as viewed from viewpoint 1 where you were taken.
Yes.
What does that tell us? What were you doing there?
Trying to understand how the proximity and design of the wind farm would relate to the existing turbines and also in terms of a sense of prominence from that minor road. So we were trying to scale the development to minimise adverse impacts from the road.
And what's the relationship of the diagram on page 41 to the diagrams on page 40? If you can read what's on page 41,
I'm
which I
struggling
can't.
to read. It's showing the relative scale of the rotor diameters in their position relative to Bury Burn.
Yep.
So it's the relative scale relationships between the rotor sweeps. So the circles are the rotor sweeps.
And the diagrams are supported by the text which we see on page 41, is that right?
Indeed.
Yeah. And on page 46, finally, just by way of example, do we see an exploration of differing impacts with differing layouts as viewed from the Yellow Bog Road?
Yes, it was one of the key locations considered in the design of the development.
Can you summarise how much attention you feel was given to the design of Clash Gour in relation to the Dallas-Knockando Road, which was used as an example?
We identified a number of key sensitive receptors as part of the design process, and the minor road was one of the principal considerations in terms of the shape, siting, scale of the proposed development. So it was a very important receptor.
Was the same exercise undertaken for example, the Dava Way, the Spey Valley, the A95?
Yes, you can see on the subsequent pages the other key design locations that informed the design solution. So we've got Dallas, we then go to the north at Forres, Lochindaub, and so on, the park at Camscriob.
How long did this design process take?
I cannot tell you precisely, but it was several months, and not every project that we are involved with ends up with a design and access statement as detailed as this, and so that demonstrates the degree to which design played a very key role in the understanding and proposing of the Clash Gour Wind Farm.
No, and this has not been critical, but the reporter took you to certain turbines and asked what would happen to the impacts if you remove those turbines. And I think they were the closest ones to the road, or the closest ones, or rather the 7 on the edge of the hatched area in Mr. Templeton's Appendix 2. You remember that questioning?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you determine your view of the acceptability of a layout simply by reference to where the turbines are and what their height may be?
No, there's a wider range of factors that I have set out in my inquiry report, which I consider when reaching a view on the acceptability of a development proposal.
And finally, give your view overall of the relative complexity of designing a wind farm as compared with other forms of development in which you've been involved.
Designing a wind farm is can be and is normally a very detailed process involving a wide number of disciplines over an extended period of time, and it involves gaining an understanding of the sensitivities in a landscape and producing a range of options to address those sensitivities and constraints. So it is genuinely an iterative process in which a number of disciplines play a key role. Landscape and visual is obviously an important part of that process, but it engages a wider range of skills than simply landscape and visual.
Thanks, sir. That's my re-examination.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Welsh. I think you can pack up. If you take your microphone away with you. It's a little bit earlier than I said. Is everyone happy to do that, or are we waiting for anyone?
We're certainly ready to go, sir.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll invite Mr. Trinick to give his examination in chief.
Thank you, sir. Call Malcolm Spavin, and all that people will need in front of them are his precognition. They can have the inquiry report if they wish, but the precognition will do. Mr. Spavin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like you to go to your precognition. I'm going to ask you to read it, but I'm going to ask you, with the permission of the reporters, to cut out certain bits. But first, in terms of your qualifications and experience, they are set out in your inquiry report. But have you recently given evidence as a witness at another public inquiry where aviation lighting was an issue?
Yes, I have, in relation to the Crystal Rig 4 wind farm, where, in fact, lighting was the only issue at the inquiry.
Thank you. I'd like you to read your precognition, starting from 1.2. I want you to miss out section 2 completely with the reporter's consent.
In this recognition, I summarise the contents of my inquiry report addressing the regulatory provisions for aviation lighting on wind turbines, the design of the reduced lighting scheme for which the applicant gained Civil Aviation Authority approval on 17th July 2020, and the additional mitigation measures for the visual effects of aviation lighting facilitated by the applicant's proposed conditions on this topic. So moving to Section 3, the Clash Gour Reduced Lighting Scheme. In March 2020, the applicant submitted a proposal to the CAA for a reduced lighting scheme for the Clash Gour Eastern Array, based on an aeronautical study of the type and volume of air traffic at low level at night in the Clash Gour area. In summary, the scheme consisted of the corner turbines of the Eastern Array, turbines 18, 19 and 32, to be fitted with 2,000 candela steady red lights, the omission of lights fitted midway up the turbine towers, and the perimeter turbines of all three arrays of the wind farm fitted with infrared lights. The CAA initially responded to the proposal on 20th May 2020, rejecting the proposal on grounds that, firstly, the aeronautical study identified that the operations of Scotland's charitable air ambulance are reliant on unaided vision during night VFR operations. Secondly, the current safety mitigations for the operations of the Police Scotland Air Support Unit below the minimum height rule at night are predicated on the availability of obstacle lighting in the visible spectrum. And thirdly, the additional lights at half the nacelle height are required because, quote, it is necessary to indicate to airspace users that this area is a set of wind turbines of particular note, as opposed to any other obstruction where the obstacle light would be placed at the highest point on the obstruction, end quote. Following receipt of the CAA's decision, further consultations took place with the authority and aviation stakeholders. A supplementary proposal, CD 917, was then submitted to the CAA in July 2020. The revised proposal retained the same configuration as the original reduced lighting scheme. On completion of further consultations with stakeholders, the CAA wrote to Aviatica on 17th July, CD 918, approving the scheme as follows. Medium intensity steady red 2,000 candela lights on the nacelles of turbines 18, 19 and 32. A second 2,000 candela light on the nacelles of turbines 18, 19 and 32 to act as alternates in the event of failure of the main light. The lights on turbines 18, 19 and 32 will be capable of being dimmed to 10% of peak intensity when the visibility, as measured at the wind farm, exceeds 5 kilometres. Infrared lights to MOD specification installed on the nacelles of perimeter turbines in each of the three arrays, which consists of, in the northern array, turbines 1 to 5, 7, 8 and 10 to 12. In the eastern array, turbines 13 to 19, 24 to 26 and 29 to 32. And in the southern array, turbines 33 to 36, 39, 40 and 43 to 48. As a result of this arrangement, intermediate level 32 candela lights will not be fitted on the turbine towers. Additional mitigation measures for the visual effects of aviation lighting. Section 7.4.3 of the Clash Gour EIA report, Technical Appendix 15.1, which is CD 1.5, noted the possibility of using proximity-activated lighting, also known as radar-activated lighting, or RAL, as mitigation for the visual effects of aviation lighting on non-aviation receptors. SNH, in their consultation responses, have also referred to proximity-activated lighting. While the applicant's principal focus in mitigating the effects of aviation lighting has been to seek CAA approval for a reduced lighting scheme, the possibilities for mitigation presented by RAL have also been investigated. Two types of RAL are available, those based on primary surveillance radar, PSR, and those based on secondary surveillance radar, SSR, transponders. Neither type of RAL is yet approved for use in the UK. Primary radar-based lighting activation systems would require CAA and Ofcom approval and separate planning permissions, possibly for several radar sites per wind farm. Technical limitations of primary radar-based systems mean that they are likely to generate spurious and unnecessary activations of the lights and to lead to significant periods of time when the lights have defaulted to remain switched on. A primary radar-based RAL system is unlikely to be practical at Clash Gour. Receive-only transponder-based lighting activation systems have less demanding infrastructure requirements than primary radar-based systems and are less likely to switch the lights on unnecessarily for aircraft that do not require them or for non-aircraft phenomena. Deployment of transponder-based lighting activation systems in the UK will require a change in the rules concerning carriage of transponders in aircraft, which will take several years to implement. It would be premature to propose a transponder-based lighting activation system for Clash Gour now. However, the applicant's proposed condition on lighting allows for such a system to be deployed in future. The applicant has proposed a condition on lighting that provides for a pre-construction review of the approved lighting system.
Thank you, Mr. Slaven. I've got two questions supplementary to your recognition. I think you wanted to tell the reporter something contextual about the approved reduced lighting scheme.
Yes, so if the full requirements of air law were applied, that's the Air Navigation Order, Article 222, as modified by the CAA's policy statement of 2017, then all 20 turbines in the eastern array would have to have a 2,000 candela light on the nacelle, and additionally would have to have a minimum of 3 32 candela lights halfway up the tower. So that would require, for the whole of the eastern array, a minimum of 80 lights altogether. The CAA-approved lighting scheme for Clash Gour would require a 2,000 candela light on 3 of the 20 turbines in the eastern array and no mid-tower lights. So that's a reduction from a minimum of 80 lights to 3 lights. And just in terms of the 2,000 candela lights, which obviously are a great deal more intense than the 32 candela ones, the approved scheme would involve 15% of the eastern array turbines being lit. I should also point out that the current CAA approval for 3 turbines lit is not necessarily the end result in terms of mitigation of the effects of lighting on the Clash Gour Wind Farm. As mentioned a minute ago, the applicant's submitted condition, which is condition 36 in CD 1411, allows for a review of the lighting scheme prior to construction and also further reviews in years 1, 3 and 5 following the commencement of operation of the wind farm. And those reviews will have a number of aims. First of all, they will seek to minimise the number of visible lights and or minimise the periods of time that the lights are switched on. And finally, they will also seek to explore the possibility of having no visible lighting whatsoever on the wind farm. So there's a prospect there of further mitigation in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Slaven. Second and last question. Who were the consultees on the reduced lighting scheme?
The list of consultees is in the lighting scheme proposal, the original lighting scheme proposal, which is CD 915 at paragraph 5.7, if anybody wants to consult that. But briefly, the main operators in the area are almost all helicopter operators, so the search and rescue unit at Inverness, the Scottish Air Ambulance Service unit, which operates both at Inverness and Glasgow, Scotland's Charitable Air Ambulance, which operates out of Perth and since then Aberdeen additionally, the Police Scotland Air Support Unit, and also PDG Helicopters, which is a significant commercial helicopter operator based at Inverness. We also consulted two fixed-wing operators, being Highland Aviation Training at Inverness and the Murray Flying Club, which is based at Kinloss. And then finally, we also consulted the Ministry of Defence.
Thank you. Did any of these consultees express a need on their part for visible lighting at all?
None of them expressed a need. On the initial round of consultations, the operators of Scotland's Charitable Air Ambulance expressed a preference that if there was a choice, they would always prefer to have some visible lighting. However, after the initial rejection by the CAA, because the CAA had specifically referred to Scotland's Charitable Air Ambulance, we went back to them and talked to them at some length about the nature of their operations and about their onboard equipment and about the provisions in their CAA-approved operations manual for their operations at night. And having done that, and also with consultations between them directly and the CAA, they then agreed that they had no requirement for visible lighting.
So the reporters might ask themselves, well, with this in front of us, why then is the Clash Gour applicant still proposing visible lighting on the turbines? You just might want to cap that point off.
One or two issues there. So first of all, because the initial scheme had been rejected by the CAA and we were then into a second round of consultations, we were very aware that we were on a short timescale. Additionally, we were also very aware that the scale of the reduction that we were proposing from 20 to 3 lights was already, it was the most radical reduced lighting scheme the CAA had ever been asked to consider. So we felt it probably wasn't appropriate to go even further and suggest to them that there would be no visible lighting at all. It also, having some visible lighting, covers off the very low probability scenario of an aircraft being lost in the area where the pilot and or the aircraft is not equipped for night visual flying.
Sorry, would you stay there, please?
Okay, I'm aware that Mr. Brown and Mr. Finlay don't have questions. Mr. Kelly, I don't think you had questions either, no. Mrs. Ross, would you like to ask any questions? No. And Mr. Steele would like to ask a question.
One matter merely of clarification, if I may, sir. It's nothing controversial, I think it's just factual. Mr. Spavin, can you confirm, please, at the time of lodging the application, how many lights were proposed? Do you know that?
At the time of the lodging of the planning application?
Yes.
Off the top of my head, no, I can't recall, sorry.
Well, would it have been all 20 in the Eastern Array, plus the 32 CDs being a total of 80 lights? That's really what I'm wondering. If you don't know, say so, but
I believe that was the case, yes.
You think that was the case?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mrs. Black has one question.
Yes, it's just really for those that may be watching on the webcast, just in terms of the technicalities of the lighting proposal. In your recognition, you refer in paragraph 3.4, you're just really seeking clarification on the practicalities, that the 3 lights on turbines 18, 19 and 32. You say that those lights will be capable of being dimmed to 10% of peak intensity when the visibility as measured at the wind farm exceeds 5 kilometres. I'm just really wondering, how does that work in practice? If you could perhaps just clarify that matter. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. There will be a visibility sensor which is capable of measuring the visibility 24 hours a day, and it's linked to the control network for the lights. So when the visibility is detected to be in excess of 5 kilometres, the lights will then be dimmed to 10% of their peak intensity.
I have no questions, so I look to Mr. Trinick for re-examination.
No.
He has no questions. Well, thank you very much for Dr. Spavin.
Thank you.
Mr. Spavin.
Can I suggest, sir, that if Mr. Spavin vacates that desk, it can be cleaned or whatever you do to it, and Mr. Welch can take the position. Although this next witness will take slightly longer.
Okay. Helen, are you able to arrange that? Thank you.
I'd say in total 25 minutes, half an hour.
We'll just give Mr. Spavin a moment to clear, and then we'll move on to Dr. Lumsden. Mr. Nick.
Thanks, sir. I call Dr. Lumsden, and people should have his recognition, his inquiry report. There is also a technical report, which I don't think will be required looking at Dr. Lumsden, but you might as well have it alongside you. And we've already notified the documents that people will need to have an addition. In fact, all you will need is CD 14.2 and 14.4. That's all you will need in addition. With that, may just carry straight on, sir, and introduce Dr. Lumsden. Would you please go to your precognition? And I'd like you to read from the very first paragraph, and I may cut out bits as I go. Just carry on until I do.
Okay. I'm an associate professor at the University of Leeds. I'm a professional observational astronomer with experience of the design of astronomical instruments for the infrared in particular, and with astronomical detector technology of both optical and infrared wavelengths. I worked for the Anglo-Australian Observatory for 6 years. I'm familiar with photography, including nighttime photography, and I'm also familiar with the criteria used by professional astronomers when characterising potential observing sites, and with the criteria that define public dark skies site status. I've previously given evidence on infrared and visible lighting related to wind farms for projects near the Galloway Dark Sky Park, and specifically an inquiry at South Kyle, and for Crystal Rig 4. I'm aware that my duty to the inquiry is to provide an impartial appraisal of the evidence.
If you don't mind, I know Mr. Trinick has asked you to sit close to the microphone, but if you wouldn't mind sitting just a little bit further back, so the P's are coming out quite hard. So.
Okay, is that better? Okay.
That sounds good.
My evidence primarily relates to how light propagates from steady red aviation warning lights and how to observe individuals in different settings and at different times. This will largely take the form of defining how visible such lights are at different distances, elevation angles, conditions, and time after sunset. Section 2, summary of the inquiry report. The proposed Clash Gour Wind Farm has an approved lighting scheme from the CAA that require only 3 hub-height steady red lights of undimmed intensity 2,000 candela at 0 degrees of elevation. My inquiry report, CD, I should say 14.6 and not 14.7, as it says there, here after IR, provides a technical overview of how any such light source propagates outwards through the atmosphere and the conditions under which it might be expected to be seen at dimmed 10% intensity instead. It also shows how an observer perceives such a light as a function of background illumination. A separate technical report, CD 14.7, gives additional detailed calculations and discussion to support the inquiry report. My evidence should be read in tandem with that of Mr. Spavin, who provides the regulatory details for the requirements of the aviation lighting, technical data of the lights used, and the adopted lighting scheme, and Mr Welsh will assess the visual impact of these lights. My inquiry report considers how a single light appears, so as to provide the basis for the evidence of Mr Welsh on the impact of the lights required in this case. The inquiry report assumes that such a light will be at a minimum follow the ICAO regulations with respect to brightness as a function of elevation, which is table 6-3 of CD 9.4, and further follows the CAA guidance note from 2017, CD 9.3, that such a light may be reduced in intensity by a factor of 10 in good visibility, defined as better than 5 kilometres in all directions. Aviation warning lights are required by law to be activated 30 minutes after sunset and turned off 30 minutes before sunrise, in what's known as civil twilight. The inquiry report provides evidence as to how our eyes respond between these times, which are civil, nautical and astronomical twilight and full night, in sections 1.3 and 1.7. The sensitivity, colour response and acuity of our vision are considered. Attention is drawn to the different characteristics of our vision that's experienced in different environments, ranging from well-lit areas, such as towns, through to fully dark rural areas, limited to those well away from residential and industrial areas. The units used to describe how light is measured are outlined in section 1.4 of the inquiry report, and the inverse square law for how light diminishes and propagates outwards is introduced, which ties together the main system of how light emitted is described, which is luminous intensity in candela, which is what was perceived by us as a distance, which is lumens per metre squared, or alternatively lux. The inquiry report then notes this is only true in the absence of any atmosphere, and the atmosphere acts to attenuate the light through scattering and absorption by particles, which is in inquiry report 1.5, and hereafter, just for simplicity, referred to as scatterers. The attenuation leads to an exponential decline in the light as it propagates outwards, dependent on the density of the scatterers, their characteristics, and the distance the light travels. The density and characteristics of the scatterers are introduced in the inquiry report in sections 1.5 and 1.6, and are linked to the concept of visibility as used by the CAA. A model is developed to include all these factors in a relatively simple way to show how bright or red light will appear at a distance in different conditions and at different elevations. Meteorological conditions likely to be typical of the site are introduced in the inquiry report section 1.6. These data suggest that the operation of the aviation lights at 10% of full intensity is expected to be the norm, and that when the full intensity is used, the visibility is reduced to the extent that the lights will be unseen beyond a few kilometres, and that's in section 1.6.13 of the inquiry report. It's noted that at the reduced intensity level, and with a modest degree of negative elevation of about -1 degree, the exact factor depending on the specific characteristics of the light used, that light intensity will reduce even further, so it appears similar to a car brake light at the same distance. The perceived brightness at night for locations corresponding to nearby settlements, the nearest upland reaches the Gour and Rothes National Park, sorry for the spelling mistake, and more distant views from the further reaches of the park are considered in section 1.8, assuming dimming to 10% and with appropriate adjustments for elevation. These locations are chosen to address the concerns of various parties. For the settlements such as Dallas or Nocando, the lights are predicted to be similar in brightness to the existing Rothes 2 lights. And for the nearest reaches of the national park, the lights are expected to be similar to bright stars, though not the very brightest. For more distant views, the lights will be barely visible. The most notable characteristic of the light at all distances will be its colour. Beyond about 10 kilometres, i.e. in the national park, the light is sufficiently faint that it's not visible in early twilight at all. And the location of the observer is also important to determine these conclusions. This is dealt with in section 1.7 of the inquiry report. Background to local light pollution, though limited, can reduce the contrast of the lights, making them less visible from a distance. And full dark adaptation is required to see the lights at greater distances as well.
I think we can leave the conclusions as read. A few additional points just to, I think, give some clarity to some concepts. That's the purpose of the exercise. And first of all, I want you to, in layman's terms, please, and speaking a little more slowly because you're not now reading from the report, explain the factors that determine the perceived brightness of a light.
Okay, so there are fundamentally 4 different factors here. The first of these, the simplest one to understand, is just distance. If you're looking at the same type of light, for example, take 2 bulbs, for example, and exactly the same power configuration, everything like that. And you put one which is 1 kilometre away, one which is 10 kilometres away. The one which is 10 kilometres away will be at least 1/100th of the perceived brightness to us of the one at 1 kilometre. That's what the inverse square law tells us. So distance is basically an absolute characteristic which you can't get away from. You can't beat distance. Weather, and I've used weather here to define everything. So weather could be things like today where it's been raining, and obviously you get cloud, and the cloud can be quite low to the ground. But also even in good weather, you can get hazy conditions. That can be due to many different things. These are all tend to be classed as what are called aerosols. And this can be natural things, such as tree pollen in this particular part of the world. That would be a significant factor. Here, fortunately, there's less man-made pollution, but you still get these natural aerosols. You can also, if the wind comes from the wrong direction, actually get sea-blown salt spray blowing inland quite a long way, and that can actually also act as an aerosol. All these things act to block the light. These are the scatterers I mentioned in my precognition. So these things basically take away the light. These give you this exponential drop-off in the light, which basically reduces it dramatically. And in very bad conditions, such as when the lights flip over to being 2000 candela, these conditions essentially are so bad that you're effectively, it's like sitting in fog, more or less. So, yeah. The third thing for these particular lights is elevation. And here I would just like to refer to one of Mr. Welsh's figures, this is CD 14.4, figure 1. And it's just a little schematic. Just keep going down a page or two. That's the one there. And this is basically just what is meant by elevation angle, straightforwardly. So that the zero elevation is just on the horizontal. And when we talk about negative elevations here, we're talking about angles below the horizontal. And you can see that the angles themselves are quite small. And none of the locations we're looking at are the angles ever really below about 3 degrees below the horizontal. So that's the kind of spread we're looking at here. And in terms of going higher and going the other direction, you don't get much above, sort of like half to 1 degree above the horizontal either. That, however, does affect the way in which the light appears. I will refer to my technical report because the figure I want to look at isn't there. In my technical report, CD 14.7, on page 40, I think it is, so it's the second last page, it's C1.1, and it's figure C.4. That's it. That's the intensity profile of the light as you actually could buy now off the shelf. This is a light which already exists and is installed in many different locations. And you can see here what the characteristics are. So here you'll see that the light is not actually brightest at 0 because the specification for the CAA is it's got to be above 750 candelas between -1 and +2 degrees. And basically, simple physics suggests that the only way to do that is it's got to be brighter somewhere in the middle there. So actually, the requirement for it to be 2000 candela at 0 degrees means it tends to be slightly above that at around about 1 degree, half degree to 1 degree. Usually not by much. I mean, we're not talking vast amounts. It's probably 20% at the very most. But equally, for the same reason, physics suggests that as you drop down in angle, you can't basically win too much. The light will spread out. It doesn't just suddenly cut off at -1 degrees, despite what the ICAO recommendations sort of suggest. You just can't do that. These are measured data and verifiable measured data, so this is why I've used this light in my evidence to sort of like demonstrate things. So that's basically how elevation changes things. You can see as we get down to around about -2 degrees that the intensity, the perceived intensity of the light has dropped off quite remarkably. And I'll come back to that later on. And finally, the fourth point is just to do with background illumination, that the situation in which you as a viewer see these lights changes dramatically what you actually can see. If you were standing out here in Aviemore underneath the street lights, you would see less than if you're up on the hills, for example. And that's just an issue of contrast. And that comes not just from street lights, but it comes about from things like if you were traveling in a car at night, obviously you've got the dashboard lights. They're not as bright as street lights, but they're still there. Or twilight. Twilight will also be an important factor in these things. All these basically play into how we perceive these lights.
Those are the factors. Thank you very much. I want you to briefly explain to the reporters the process of dark adaptation, how the human eye adapts to darkness and what that means in terms of perceiving the sort of lights being proposed here.
Okay, so this is dealt with in greater detail in my inquiry report in section 1.3, in a level of detail I don't intend to go to here. I'll just stick to the very basics. We have two types of cells in our eyes that essentially perceive the light. There are the rods and the cones. One of them works in bright light and gives us colour vision. One of them works in dim light and gives us only black and white vision. These red lights, because of the way in which the cones work, as long as they're bright enough, you will see the red lights. And that's true pretty much out to the distance at which they disappear anyway, give or take. Even given that, however, if we went from this room now into a completely dark room with a red light in it, it would appear to get brighter over the following 10 minutes or so. Because essentially our eyes adjust to the darkness. This is a process called dark adaptation. And the cones, which are the bit which are going to give us the colour vision, they themselves adapt to a certain extent. They only really they never actually fully switch off. It's our brains that switch them off. It's the way in which we perceive light that turns off, essentially. That means we go to black and white instead. Once they become noisy, in a sense, your brain just cuts it out and it relies then on the rods instead. So that first 10 minutes, your colour vision will adapt to the slightly dimmer conditions. And that's typically what we would see in most environments that we as people live in. Whether that's out here, sort of like in the streets, in most villages, in cars, anywhere where you can still see colour at night, that's what's happened, effectively. Okay? If you only see black and white, you probably really are somewhere rural, stuck up on a hillside somewhere, and not seeing very much else. That takes much longer. That takes up to half an hour to go. But typically, you're not going to have many people who actually get that full level of dark adaptation. Down in the dark sky park, perhaps astronomers are trying to look for really faint things. They, however, are not seeing these lights. There's no visibility in that location for these lights. Anything which basically comes along as a light, whether that be a car coming in the opposite direction to you, someone turning a torch on, you going from indoors to outdoors, it resets the process. So it starts again. If it's a very brief thing, so for example, a car headlight coming towards you, it doesn't completely destroy your night vision for 10 minutes. Essentially, it's going to be more like 1 minute. But it does reset it. So all these things reset the process. And any kind of background lighting just always limits it, absolutely. So even just being on a road, that low level of dashboard lights is enough to limit what you can see. And of course, these are all effects which are also dependent on the individual. It's certainly true that as you get older, your night vision gets worse. I can testify that. It gets harder to see things at night as you get older. And different people will be able to see things differently for that reason. So there's no absolute guarantee of what you would say an observer would see from a given viewpoint at night for that reason. The main things that will really reduce your ability to see stuff, though, because it's limiting your dark adaptation, are things like street lights, the full moon tonight, or twilight. These are all things that basically limit your ability, because your eyes just aren't, it's always there, your eyes aren't able to adjust.
Tell us something about, and in a local context, you come to that, the effect of local lighting, a little bit more about street lighting in this area.
Okay, so I'll go back to CD 14.7, and it's figure 11 on page 28.
That's the technical report, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Page 28.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a nice picture.
Yep.
Yeah, keep going. There we go. This is a satellite image of this region, in which certainly on the screens in front of you, you can see hopefully three little red dots, and those are where the aviation lights will appear. And I've also numbered one or two other locations in there, which are Nocando and the region around there, sort of upper Nocando and Cardew, Dallas, Furness, Dava, and Dunfale, all of which are relatively, with this possible exemption of the whole sort of Nocando, upper Nocando, Cardew area, are relatively dark areas. You can see the line of the A95 actually quite clearly there, that sort of diagonal line connecting upper Nocando down to the sort of like lower left of the diagram is the A95. So that's, even passing through quite small places, I believe the sort of like the bright area, which is, so the brightest area under the 5 and the 4, I think is Grantown and Spey, if I remember right. And the one to the right of that is actually just Cromdale, which is not a large town. It's a smallish village. So even small places can actually have a lot of light pollution. All these places, any of them, if you're in them, your night vision would be restricted. And I should say that this satellite image is the best there can possibly be, because the way the satellite works, it doesn't actually pick up blue light. And as the councils are very conscientious nowadays in replacing old-fashioned streetlights with LED lights, we tend to get more pure white light, and a large chunk of that's blue, so it doesn't show, essentially. And the stuff that's appearing in the satellite is not stuff that's coming above the horizontal. The streetlights nowadays tend to be masked quite well. It just bounces off the ground. That's where the light pollution comes from. So the region generally is very dark. Certainly the region around the proposed Clash Gour Wind Farm is absolutely dark. And I don't think anyone would say otherwise. However, most of the places where people are, there is this light, regardless. You can see even quite faint places. I mean, Dallas is not a big, it's a small village with a modest number of streetlights. And you can still see that in this image. I would just note at this point that there has been some concerns raised about the status of the Dark Sky Park with regard to the lighting proposed for Clash Gour. In particular, both Speyside Community Council and CD 22.1 on the top of their page 3, which I actually have in front of me, so I'll read this one out. So the aviation lighting on the largest turbines has a likely impact on the Glenlivet, Tomintoul, Dark Skies status. This attraction is estimated to bring in a considerable number of tourists to the area. Any detrimental impact on the dark skies would be extremely financially damaging. Can this be mitigated against? Sorry, there's no page numbers or paragraph numbers here to look at, unfortunately. Yes, that's that from the bottom of that page onto the next one. And Yvonne Mandel, in her inquiry statement in CD 13.10, which we don't need to go to, said very similar things. All I would say here is to make the point, going back to Mr. Walsh's figure of where the light comes out, none of it's going upwards, and none of it's going directly downwards either, so none of it hits the sky. So you don't get these ideas of what in terms of light pollution, you see these light domes going across things. You don't get those from the lights. They're too faint as well, to be honest, to do that. And
sorry, could you say that last point again?
So you don't, if you have light bouncing back off the ground, for example, like you do with the street lights, what it appears to, if you were standing at a distance, it would look like there's a dome of light on top of this location. These are called light domes. That's just pure light pollution. That's light that's escaping, need not be there. You will not get that from these aviation warning lights. So in that sense, you don't get the effect on the Dark Sky Park.
Okay. Thank you for that. We've got 2 more points. It won't take us long. I want to take you, I think, a series of questions and answers through the concept of twilight. So if you go to CD 14.7 at page 25, paragraph 813, we have in that paragraph, we can see a series of headings, horizontal line across the horizontal, sunset bearing, etc. Now, let's go to sunset halfway along, because I think we're more concerned with dusk here than dawn. Sunset, we've got the time of that, various times of that. Then we've got CT, is that civil twilight?
That's civil twilight, yes.
And then NT, nautical twilight,
Yes.
and 80 astronomical twilight. And we can see, indeed, the times after sunset when each of those, at different times of year, each of those twilights starts and finishes. Yep.
Indeed, yes.
Well, you can let the reporters read that, but I have a couple of questions. When might you be able to start to perceive, subject to dark adaptation, obviously, start to perceive an aviation light, such as may be proposed at Clash Gour, on a clear day? Civil twilight, or before or afterwards?
It would depend on the distance to some extent. Perhaps as an example, I could take just on Monday night, I actually went and drove round the area, and I stopped just north of Dallas. So I was looking at the Rothes 2 lights that exist. And roughly speaking, about 35 minutes after twilight, so about 5 minutes after they switch on, you could just about persuade yourself you might be able to see something.
Hang on, you made a leap there. The sunset.
Yeah, I'll explain where we are now.
Let me do it. The legal requirement to switch on lights comes 30 minutes after sunset. Yeah. So you're talking about 5 minutes after that.
Give or take, yeah.
Thank you. Go on. Take it slowly, please.
Within about 15 minutes, you can see them quite readily from that sort. That's a distance of about 7 kilometres. And those lights at that location, as it happens, because although they're very different specification lights, the emission, what you see down at sort of -2 degrees is actually very similar to what you would get from the lights on Clash Gour. I think it's about 20 candelas as opposed to 35 candelas. So you would expect something similar in that. As you go through civil twilight, they just keep getting more and more visible. Civil twilight, the length of that varies with the time of year. We're actually at the point of the year where the length of civil twilight is actually shortest. It happens around the equinoxes. So you get periods in the year where actually it might take longer after that turn-on time for them to be visible. And I say distance as well. If further away you are, the longer you will have to wait. You're basically waiting for the sky brightness to darken. And that's happening in factors, it goes down to powers of 10 over sort of like every half an hour or so, give or take, depending on time of year, location, and everything else, but roughly speaking. By the time you get to the end of civil twilight, and just to be clear what we mean by civil twilight, the easiest way to perceive this is if you're outside in civil twilight and you had a report with you, even by the end of it, you could probably still read it if it was perfectly clear sky. Obviously, if there's clouds around, it changes everything, but if it's clear sky, you could probably still read it. When you get into nautical twilight, that's no longer really true. There's a gradation here. It's not a sharp cut-off, but that's roughly speaking what it is.
Mm-hmm. Now, one final point on twilight and visibility. Say at a distance of about 10 kilometres from the aviation light, what point in this process of civil twilight, nautical twilight, astronomical twilight, would you cease to be able to see the light in relation to the landform? Okay, so
this is a slightly different concept, and this is to do with how well you see the stuff around the lights as well. Nautical twilight is basically named after the fact that old-fashioned seaborne navigators used to use it to try and pinpoint the stars, because the stars come out during nautical twilight. They don't come out before that. But you can still see features in the land, so you can relate the two together. That's where the name comes from. At the end of nautical twilight, you might just about be able to see a line of a feature of a ridge against the stars, purely because the sky is actually then slightly brighter than the ground. But that's the only way in which you would perceive things. So nautical twilight is basically the difference between when you can still see that there's a forest in the nearby, for example, and just seeing that there's a ridge there. And once you get to that stage at the end of nautical twilight, it's actually quite hard if you're at a distance of 10 kilometres to pinpoint where any lights are particularly. You might spot that some things are lower than other things, but you don't necessarily know which ones are nearer than other things.
So at that point, that's the point at which you would start to perceive the light, if you like, divorced from any ground.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay, I understand. My final point in evidence in chief takes us to I think you gave, well, I knew you were there, I was there with you. You gave evidence of Crystal Rig 4.
I did.
And we know about the test light there, and we're in other people's hands as to whether we visit it, and I respect that. Do you feel that it would benefit the reporters to go and look at the light at Crystal Rig 4, and if so, why?
Okay, so I do think it would be of benefit, not least because, as opposed to these rather dry technical reports you have to read, it's always good to see things. But also because the light at Crystal Rig, even if it's not the same model as the one which would get installed at Clash Gour, is similar enough at the elevation angles you can see for Crystal Rig. So Crystal Rig is a very different locality. You basically have a ridge which the light is on, and the only place you can actually see it is then from distances which are about 13 to 20 kilometres away. But you're basically, if you like, there's a light on top of the ridge here like this, and it goes down like that and comes back up the other side of the valley. You're on that side of the valley looking at the light, so you're near to the horizontal. So you're near to seeing the light at 200 candelas. That would give you a good impression of what this light at Clash Gour would look like from more distant viewpoints around, say, the coast, the Cromdale Hills, all those sorts of areas. So if you want to have that impression of how things appear at distance, I would certainly recommend that. And because the lights at that sort of elevation angle, round about the horizontal, are defined by the regulations to be 2,000 candelas at full intensity, essentially it doesn't really matter what kind of light finally gets installed. At that kind of elevation angle, they will all be very similar to each other. They will differ by no more than about 10%, and you can't perceive the difference of 10% with your eye. So,
would the same apply if they were switched to 200 candela?
Yeah, it's the same. You don't, however, what you won't get, obviously, if you look at Crystal Rig is the effect of greater elevation angles, because you can't see anywhere around Crystal Rig where that's true. You can't see the light from any steeper elevation angles. But as I said just before, the lights that exist on Rothes 2, if you look to go north of Dallas, it will give you a very good impression of those lower angles, actually, even though they're much apparently lower intensity light.
Dr. Lumsden, thank you very much. Would you please stay there?
Okay, again, I don't think there's questions from the Council or from Highland Council. I'm looking to Mr. Kelly. I don't think so, no. And no, nothing from Mrs. Ross, no. Okay. I'm sorry, Dr. Lumsden, I didn't quite catch that last point about the Rothes 2 lights. Could you just explain that again?
Sure, absolutely. So the Rothes 2 lights are MOD specification lights, so they're 25 candela. But they're
25, yeah.
Yeah, they're 25 candela, but they're 25 candela over a very large angle, so it's 0 to plus 15 degrees. And that means that around about minus 2 degrees, which is what you would have at, say, viewpoint 28, Torcastle, it's still around about 20 candela. And by comparison, if you fitted the existing Contarnex model light to Clash Gour, as it stands, without any improvements, you would probably have about 35 candelas because of the elevation angle you're looking at. So if you basically look at the lights at Rothes, and imagine just transposing it around the landscape, because the distances are very similar, in fact, at that location, you'll get a very good idea of what's going on. Slightly brighter, the Clash Gour lights would be, but not vastly so.
Right. But that just generally in terms of any distance, it doesn't matter, or is it fairly close into the
for that particular one, you would really want to go to that location because it's basically where the distances match.
Oh, sorry. Which location was it?
It's viewpoint 28.
2.28. Right. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. In fact, you probably actually want to go slightly along the B9010. You need to go slightly northeast of that to actually see Rothes 2 in its full glory. From viewpoint 28 itself, you mostly see Rothes, the original Rothes wind farm. At night, it's obvious. You wouldn't miss what you're looking for. And the same is true of the Crystal Rig light. If you went down, if they permitted that and left it on, we can suggest places where you can go and visit, but it's fairly obvious to see what you're looking for.
No questions from Mrs. Black. So, Mr. Trinnick, do you have any re-examination? No. Okay, good. Right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Lumsden. See, we're doing witnesses in stereo, so see Mr. Welsh, please.
Let's call Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welsh gets double points for not picking it up by the wrong part.
Mr. Welch, good afternoon again. You've got your lighting precognition in front of you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
The other documents you'll need, I think it's only one other, and that is CD 14.2, is your inquiry figures. Tell me if I'm wrong. I think that's all you probably need.
That's fine. I have those.
We can do the rest by reference. I'd like you first of all to go to your precognition. I think you can start at section 2, if you would.
Good afternoon. Modified requirement for visible aviation lighting. I have prepared updated ZTV analysis showing the effects that the reduced CAA-approved lighting scheme would give rise to when compared with the original scheme for 80 lights assessed within the EIAR. This includes a comparative ZTV, figure JW8, which shows the difference in theoretical visibility between the original and amended lighting schemes, as well as updates to the lighting intensity ZTVs in my inquiry figures JW10, JW11, 12 and 13. I have also produced updated comparative nighttime photomontages showing the mitigation achieved through the reduction in lights, which are included as figures JW24 to JW29A inclusive. Furthermore, in the table shown in Annex 1 to CD 14.3, I have factually identified the reduced number of lights that would be seen at each of the lighting assessment viewpoints to provide an indication of the magnitude of reduction in visible lights that would result from the revised lighting scheme, as well as carrying out an assessment of the likely effects. What I can say with some certainty is that the assessment of effects that I have presented through my inquiry report and supporting figure analysis now represents a worst-case assessment of the potential effects, and that the revised lighting proposals will bring a discernible reduction to the magnitude of effects identified in the EIAR, in my professional opinion.
Right. I think the next section, having had a very helpful clarification of the position from Mr. Finlay, and knowing that really you and Mr. Moody are saying much the same thing now, we will withdraw section 3 of your recognition.
I'm grateful.
And just read your conclusions.
I have carried out a detailed review of the visual evidence that is before this inquiry and have undertaken an updated assessment of the likely effects that would arise from visibility of the requirement to light 3 proposed turbines at Clash Gour. I have also been able to draw some conclusions as to the likely benefit that would be derived from the modified scheme of lighting now approved by the CAA. On the basis of its assessment of the effects from 3 aviation lights at viewpoint 15, which reflects the closest point in the Cairngorms National Park where visibility of lighting may arise, I have concluded that no significant visual effects would arise. This underpins my professional view that the dark skies special quality within the Cairngorms National Park will not be materially compromised by the proposed development. Whilst not the subject of any objection, I have also reviewed the assessments of the 5 nighttime viewpoints outside the Cairngorms National Park in Annex 1, Tables 1 and 2 to my technical report that were assessed within the EIAR to account for the revised CAA-approved lighting scheme. I consider that no significant visual effects will arise from the amended aviation lighting proposal at these viewpoints. While some significant visual effects may arise from the experience of aviation lighting at close range to the site, less than 1 to 2 kilometres, for these effects to arise, it requires an impact to be experienced by people on the ground. In light of the modified scheme of lighting approved by the CAA on 17th of July 2020, I consider that the mitigation secured through the reduction from 80 visible lights to 3 visible lights is of considerable benefit in reducing the perceived effects from visible lighting on the National Park, and demonstrates that effects on the special qualities of the National Park have indeed been minimised. The mitigation secured through the reduction in number of lights, combined with a commitment to use best technology available at the time of implementation, demonstrates that the applicant has sought to minimise any impacts upon the dark skies special landscape quality of the Cairngorms National Park, as requested by the CNPA in its committee report. On the basis of my evidence, I do not accept, therefore, that the concerns of SNH and CNPA related to visible aviation lighting at Clash Gour, either within the previously proposed scheme or when considered in the context of the amended lighting proposals, are well founded in visual terms.
Just one thing to tackle in addition. Would you please get out CD 14.4? And when you get there, go to JW8. I think it would be helpful if you would just take us briefly through JW8 to JW11 and explain what these figures do. When you're going through JW8, could you bear in mind the dark sky park, please?
Yes, firstly, just to reiterate Dr. Lum's and his evidence in relation to 14.4, figure 1 indicates in colour how the intensity of the light emits from the particular fitting on the turbine hub at different horizontal angles. That becomes important as we look at the ZTVs. Figure JW8 simply provides a ZTV comparison between the theoretical extent of light assessed for the EIAR scheme of 80 lights in green shading, in blue shading, versus in green shading, the assessment of theoretical visibility of the 3 lights now proposed. So it doesn't seek to give any indication of intensity, but purely identifies the areas from where theoretically up to 3 lights may be seen in the landscape. And it indicates that in terms of the blue shading, that is areas where theoretical visibility has been removed altogether. It indicates in the crosshatch on JW8 where that overlays onto the national park the extent of the dark sky park within the Cairngorms, and you can see from that there is virtually no theoretical visibility of light within the dark sky park. Where tiny patches are shown, it coincides with hilltops. Figure JW9 provides a ZTV of the 3 individual lights. So it tells you whether you may see 1 light, 2 lights, or 3 lights from those areas of shading in the landscape around the site. It is theoretical visibility, so it takes no account of any woodland or planting screening. And the next 2 figures, JW10 and 11, aim to give an indication of the likely intensity of light that may be seen at different parts of the ZTV. And so this ties back to the light shown in figure 1 in CD 14.4. In the legend to the figure, you can see the horizontal angles given together with the light that emits at those angles. So, for example, we can see that at viewpoint 1 to the right-hand side of the wind farm on the minor road, because it sits at -2 to -3 relative to the closest light, it would perceive a intensity of light between 80 and 40 candela when the light's operating at 2,000 candela, or between 8 and 4 candela when dimmed to 200. So it's important to get an understanding of how that legend works, and then you can interpret the plan for any of the viewpoints.
Just on that figure, bearing in mind what Dr. Lumsden told us, he told us there were 4 factors that influence the perceived brightness of light. There's elevation, which you've just covered. There was weather, but of course this figure doesn't cover weather. Nor, I believe, does it cover distance.
No, it doesn't. It's unable to give an indication of how the light may diminish with distance.
So if the reporters go out into the field, they can use this map to say, right, standing at point X and receiving a light source at 2,000 candela, we will be likely to perceive between 8 candela and 4 candela, but they would still need to factor in, so far as they could, weather, that's more difficult, but certainly distance.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, carry on, please.
The reason there are 2 ZTVs showing intensity is that the first one, JW10, is based on the light fitting assumed in the EIAR, and for the purposes of the inquiry, we sought test data from the manufacturer to back up their predictions of the intensity. They were unable to provide that test data to us. That was a light fitting in the EIAR described as the Lux Solar light. So we went to an alternative manufacturer who provided us with the test data for their lamp, which is shown in JW11. So that was just to give us added certainty. And in JW11, the extent of ZTV is identical, because you can still see the light from the same areas, theoretically, but the intensities are different in the schedule. And that is, in that sense, I have more confidence in JW11 because we've actually seen the test data behind it. And that is the data that Stuart Lumsden was relying on when he described the experience of the light from north of Dallas.
JW11.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Welch. Would you please stay there?
Okay, I don't think there's any questions from the councils. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Ross? No? No. I suppose I have one question, just as a practical example. There's a couple of residential properties quite close to, quite close to the proposed lit turbines. Tap Farm is one of them. What effect would the light have at Tap Farm?
Sir, if you turn to figure JW12, it provides a zoom in around the wind farm, and you can see Tap Farm as property number 1, and that tells us that it sits within the -2 to -3 angle from the light. So because of its proximity to the turbine, it's seeing the light from a low angle, and in the 2000 candela mode, it would be between 80 and 40 candela. In the dimmed mode, it would be between 8 and 4. So in that sense, its proximity is beneficial in terms of perceiving a lower intensity of light.
I see that's on the data from JW10. So I'm not going to ask you to do a calculation on the data on JW11, but presumably if one was relying on the data...
That's included on JW13.
Is it?
Yes.
Of course, here it is. Yeah, yeah.
So you can see there on JW13, it's between 41 and 21 candela.
Right.
In the dimmed mode, which I understand it would be in for approximately 90% of the time it's on.
Right. Good. And we see the other properties laid out there as well. Yeah. That are in the residential visual assessment. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, just one point in re-examination on that.
Oh,
in terms of Tap Farm, then, how do we know how many of the lights that will be seen from there?
We would need to go back to JW9.
Produce a large one of that.
Yes, I should, sorry, just before I answer that, we have also provided you with a large-scale figure of the lighting. Mr. Trinick, to answer your question, it looks like it's within the dark blue shading, which suggests it may see 3. That's obviously subject to vegetation screening around Tap Farm, of which there is some.
So on a site visit, the reporters need to interpolate the A1 version of JW9 with JW12.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. So while Mr. Welsh is packing up, perhaps you can organise your witnesses, Mr. Steele.
Yes, sir. Both my witnesses are in the room. I wonder if we might have 5 minutes, because I'm going to send them both up at the same time, and perhaps we need a couple of minutes to let Mr. Welsh get away, and presumably the cloth is going to be changed and so on.
Yes, so we will. We'll break till 10 to 4.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. But could you read paragraphs 2 and 4, and then we'll turn further into your precognition, please.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you need to speak right into the microphone.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Very good.
Okay. Right, my name is Squad Leader Michael Hale, Royal Air Force retired. I've been instructed through Wind Power Aviation Consultants and Natural Power as Aviation Lighting Advisor to Fred Olsen Renewables in relation to the Rothes 3 wind farm application. I have over 40 years' experience as a pilot, instructor, squadron commander, examiner, including over 25 years in a senior instructor and principal examiner post, together with command positions at various flying training units, including elementary, basic, advanced, and frontline squadrons. I've piloted a wide range of military and civilian aircraft, including numerous military fast jet and training aircraft, civilian general aviation, and civilian and military gliders. In my final 8 years in the service, in parallel to my flying duties, I held the post of MOD Air Staff Low-Level Airspace Manager and wind farm subject matter expert. During this time, with my dedicated team, I assessed over 14,000 wind farm pre-applications. Many people question that, but we were working up to 50 a day at one stage. And over 2,000 full applications against low-flying, specialist airspace and airdrome safeguarding criteria. To complete these tasks, I worked closely with the Civil Aviation Authority, government departments, Renewables UK, the Defence Infrastructure Organisation, National Air Traffic Services, planning authorities and renewable energy developers. In terms of directly related flying experience, I have spent thousands of hours flying fast jet aircraft at low level, at night, with and without night vision equipment, over land and sea. In addition, as supernumerary aircrew, I've spent over 100 hours at low level, at night, in a wide range of helicopters and tactical transport aircraft during dedicated wind farm obstruction lighting trials. Accordingly, I feel I'm suitably qualified to give expert advice on the requirements for vertical obstruction lighting at the Rothes 3 site.
Now, Squadron Leader, can I ask you now to turn to paragraph 8, where we now start dealing with the details of the scheme, please.
Okay. From my experience of testing and designing obstruction lighting schemes for the MOD over 8 years and for the CA during various lighting trials, I am a supporter of the robust lighting perimeter concept. This involves lighting enough perimeter turbines such that a perimeter line joining all the lit turbines will encompass all turbines within its boundary. This applies to both the visible red light perimeter and the infrared light perimeter wherever possible. The subsequent lighting solution shown in the Rothes 3 lighting inquiry report annex for the OPD has a robust visual lighting perimeter of 8 lights that surround all turbines. Moreover, it has an infrared lighting solution of 15 lights, a configuration supported by the local night vision users, the Ministry of Defence, Coast Guard Search and Rescue, and HeliMed. For the OPD, a total of 8 turbines with visible red A&O lighting compared to the 26 turbines in the EIA assessment. Turbines with visible red lighting T1, 5, 8, 17, 20, 27, 28 and 29. Moving on to the APD, the subsequent lighting solution shown in the Rothes 3 lighting inquiry report annex for the APD has a robust visual lighting perimeter of 5 lights that surround all 23 turbines, with 3 a little outside the perimeter. Moreover, it has an infrared lighting solution of 11 lights that encompass all turbines, a configuration supported by the local night vision users, again, the Ministry of Defence, Coast Guard Search and Rescue, and HeliMed. For the APD, a total of 5 turbines with visible red A&O lighting compared to the 8 turbines in the EIA assessment.
And you list the turbine numbers there, I think.
Sorry?
You list the turbine numbers there for ease of reference. If we can turn now to paragraph 11, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, paragraph 11. An aeronautical study stakeholder survey was conducted to support these schemes, and the result was positive. The CA indicated to me that these light schemes were in accordance with the Safety and Regulation Group November 19 wind turbine lighting briefing. Acceptance was indicated. However, after a couple of weeks, in early June, the CA informed me that a new but still draft revision of the CA CAP 764 would now have to be followed by all turbine sites. The draft amendment to CAP 764 effectively rewrote the aviation obstruction lighting section. The new prescriptive and detailed requirements for wind turbine obstruction lighting required an increase in visible lighting too. For the OPD, a total of 11 turbines with visible red A&O hub lights, 3 extra lights. For the APD, a total of 6 turbines with visible A&O hub lighting, 1 extra light. It also included mid-mast 32 CD visible lights on all turbines with visible hub lights. Whilst this change increased the environmental impact notably, understanding that the new CAP requirements were inviolate and applicable to all turbine sites, I confirmed the layouts were acceptable to local aviation stakeholders and these layouts are the basis of the Aviation Lighting Inquiry Report, the one that I actually submitted. However, on the 24th of July 20, I discovered that another wind turbine site had been allowed by the CA to continue with an ICAO ANO dispensation scheme to reduce visible obstruction lighting. That was Clash Gour. I immediately contacted CA, but the empowered incumbent was away for the following 2 weeks. Accordingly, my inquiry report was submitted as compliant with the draft CAP 764 changes, with the Rothes 3 dispensation scheme included as an annex at that stage. However, on the 11th of August, I was able to contact the CA, and on the 14th of August, a return to the Rothes 3 dispensation lighting scheme was approved. The application is referenced at CD 15226, and the CA response is referred at CD 15228. This allowed a return to the OPD, 8 turbines, with visible red ANO hub lighting, compared with the 26 turbines in the EIA assessment, and for the APD, 5 turbines with visible ANO red lighting, compared with 8 turbines in the EIA assessment. No mid-mast 32 CD ANO lighting. The lighting scheme at Rothes 3 will take advantage of the CA Safety and Regulation Group policy statement of June 17, where the 2,000 CD red ANO lighting will reduce to 200 CD when the visibility exceeds 5 kilometres. It is estimated that this reduction to 200 CD will be for between 90 and 95% of the time. I obtained these figures by accessing data from local and wider Scotland Met stations that report 30-year Met averages. The Rothes 2 site will use a leading aviation obstruction light that is specifically built to minimise downward light spill. The one that's being used is the latest cell light. If a better light becomes available, it will be used. When I developed the Ministry of Defence infrared and low-intensity obstruction lights, I worked closely with Contarnex Europe Limited, CEL. Currently, I am working with CEL again to develop improved ANO lights that meet the ICAO specifications but minimise environmental impact. As an add-in, they are predicting a better light available before the end of the year. Conclusion. In my considered opinion, the Rothes 3 lighting dispensation scheme, incorporating all the stakeholders' requests and approved by the CA on the 14th of August 20, will provide safe, robust perimeter vertical obstruction lighting for both MVG and non-MVG equipped aircraft and helicopters. Using a robust perimeter scheme of lighting involving visible and infrared lights will give extra benefits as follows. Aircraft and or helicopters in emergency situations, for example, engine loss causing height maintenance or climb difficulties, or electrical failure causing loss of night vision cockpit lighting, inertial navigation, flight instruments, GPS systems, will benefit from a robust visible red and infrared lighting perimeter. Just stepping aside for a moment, I've been there. As supernumerary aircrew on a search and rescue helicopter doing a dedicated night wind farm trial, we were approaching the turbine site co-altitude, generator failed. Whilst the crew were trying to reset it, the second generator failed. Major flight instruments failed, cockpit lighting failed, inertial navigation failed, half the flight control systems failed. Out the front was a wind farm with a full perimeter visible red lighting. From that, the pilot was able to fly safely, climb safely, and we sorted out the helicopter. It may sound dramatic, but there is the possibility I wouldn't be sitting here if that turbine site did not have visible red lighting. Second point, aircrew unsure of their position, a nice way of saying loss, despite modern navigation equipment. One glen or lock at night looks like another, will benefit from robust visible red and infrared lighting perimeters. From my own experience, this happens to Royal Air Force fast jet pilots as much as it does the local farmer out on his first night flight. Finally, future-proofing. What aircraft and helicopters will operate in the future green world that will exist in 35 years? What equipment will they have or not have? A comprehensive visual and infrared lighting perimeter will be the best insurance to cater for all eventualities. In my opinion, Rothes 3 will present as an aviation-safe vertical obstruction at night to all aviation stakeholders, be they visual pilots, MVG pilots, lost pilots, or pilots dealing with an aircraft emergency. Finally, the lighting schemes for both proposed turbine layouts will represent a significant reduction in lighting impact over that assessed in the EIA. The OPD will have 8 visible lights against 26. The APD will have 5 visible lights against 8, and there will be no 32 ceiling mid-mast lighting.
Now, 2 final points, please, Squadron Leader. Firstly, the CAA have now approved the final scheme which you have outlined. Is that correct?
Yes, they have.
And, sir, for reference, that is CD 15229.
Yes.
I won't take the witness to it, but that's the reference. And the second point, if I may ask you this, Squadron Leader, you attach, I think, considerable weight to perimeter lighting. Can you just explain very briefly what weight you attach to that and why that is?
For one, I've spent 1,000 hours at low level. I was involved in the trials to develop the infrared lights and the low-intensity lights for the MOD, which the CA have adopted, and a lot of time flying in and around wind turbines in fast jet aircraft and helicopters. The visible perimeter is safe with a capital S. You draw a line from all of your lit turbines, and the idea is you have all other turbines inside that line. You can reduce the numbers as much as you can, but still keep all the turbines inside. Now, for the Rothes 3 sites, effectively that's what's been done, infrared and also visible red. Now, I've also approached a lot of local stakeholders, and I've received different answers from other people doing the same. When I approached Gamma HEMS, they asked for a visible and IR robust perimeter. When I approached Babcock, they asked for a visible perimeter, visible and infrared. From my own experience, I like to see a robust visible perimeter. It is aviation safe, it is bulletproof, it is future-proof, it is aircraft emergency-proof, it is lost pilot-proof. Therefore, that's what I recommend. I would not recommend that the Rothes 3 turbine site reduces below the number of lights that it now has. I will feel safe for that. I also look at it as a duty of care. I go and talk to people and ask them what they want. If they tell me something, I would like to make sure I support what they are asking me to take forward to the CAA. Therefore, that's what I do. Robust perimeter, to me, is important.
Thank you. No further questions, Squadron Leader. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking to the councils. No, Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Ross? Nope. Okay. I have one question following on from what you were saying. Radar-activated lighting, do you have a view on whether it can come in future?
Yes. On this project I'm working for WIPAC, the director of WIPAC, John Taylor, is one of the acknowledged leaders in researching, installing and chasing up this technology in the UK. His advice is we will get there, but at the moment there's a bit of a drag. The CA need to effectively see it, specify it, test it, certify it, and introduce it into UK airspace. They haven't done that yet. We're looking at 2 or 3 years down the line. Now, from my own personal experience talking to the people who will be involved in this, at the moment the CA, with the COVID-19 problem, are working flat out. I'm not sure if the people in the room know, but when something like this happens, all of the various desks in the CA, all the various officers are dispersed and they take over airlines, airports, routes, what have you, and that's their bailiwick. So at the moment, the CA, there's no movement. When they do have movement, it will take some time. There are many problems which were eloquently outlined by Malcolm Spaving in detail. We found the same problems. We could specify it, but it's something which really won't happen in the timescale of Rothes 3. It'd be nice when it happens, but not just yet.
Mrs. Spavin mentioned I don't know if you're aware of the conditions for Rothes 3. Ms. Spavin mentioned a condition for review which might allow the introduction of radar-activated lighting at later stage.
I've spoken to the CAA, and again, I've spent many hours on the phone to them and in emails. Of course, we've gone for one plan, changed to a different plan, negotiated for a new plan, had that cleared. An awful lot of work, an awful lot of time talking to CAA, and of course you chat about lots of other bits and pieces. The concept of the fact that this turbine site is future-proof, whatever we see coming down the line, and for instance, electric aeroplanes, battery-powered aeroplanes, they will fly low, they will fly slow, they will not be pressurized, they will not be heated. So the lower airspace in the future is going to become more congested. So visible lighting perimeters and robust visible lighting will be important in that future milieu, if you like. So the future-proofing that's built in to the Rothes lighting schemes is something that the CA have said on a personal note they like, and that it helped with the approval. They have also mentioned that the CAP 764 that's coming along, the new CAP with a much more restricted requirements, is intended to replace the dispensation scheme. So there will not be dispensations where you go out and get something, convince the CA to agree it. This will effectively replace the dispensation scheme. And again, I've had comment that what we have at Rothes is quite close to what they would actually have as a formal dispensation scheme. I have worked very, very close with CA right from the beginning on this site. We joined late, but we've kept them on board. They've kept us on board right from the start, flash to bang, if you like.
So your view is that you wouldn't want to see a condition that would require a review of the lighting scheme?
That's your choice. I would need to speak to the team, but as an aviation advisor, I would be more than happy that if it was to be. If the CA asked it to be revised, it would be for aviation safety revision, and that is something which I think is positive. But I feel confident, having spoken to them at length, that this is a future-proofed site, and they're happy with that.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, there may be some re-examination.
No, there isn't, sir. You correctly anticipated that.
Thank you very much, Squadron Leader.
That's it. Marcus, you're not going to savage me? I've got away with it.
I'm sorry, I should have asked Mr. Trinick if he wanted to ask anything for clarification. No.
Thank you, Squadron Leader. So my next witness is Professor Philip Best. We have a copy of his precognition. I do not intend to refer to any other documents, so I would intend to go to the precognition, and in all the circumstances I'll be taking the majority of that as read, unless you would like me to have other bits of it read out to you.
No, I'm very happy with that suggestion.
Thank you. Professor Best, could we look please at your precognition, and could you read out paragraphs 1.1 and 1.2 to give us some idea of your experience and expertise?
Okay. So I am a professor of extragalactic astrophysics in the School of Physics and Astronomy at the University of Edinburgh. So I'm the head of the university's Institute for Astronomy and a fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. And as an observational astronomer, I'm knowledgeable about issues related to propagation of light at night. The Institute for Astronomy is located at the Royal Observatory Edinburgh, whose visitor centre leads Scotland's dark sky discovery activities, and as such I'm also familiar with issues of light pollution and with the dark skies parks.
So I'm going to ask you later about the national park, but is it fair to say you have some considerable experience in relation to dark skies and dark sky parks?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Thank you. I think if we can just look at your precognition, you've made comments in relation to, at section 3, in relation to Dr. Lumsden. Having heard what he said today, do you agree or disagree with everything that he has said? Well, perhaps not everything, because there may be fine-tuning, of course, between experts like yourself, but in principle, are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement with the vast majority of what Dr. Lumsden has said, and as you say, differences are at a minor level of things that can be debated. I think in that sense, I'm happy just to endorse a lot of the evidence that he has already given you rather than a need to repeat that.
Could I ask you please then to read from section 4?
Okay, so section 4 relates to comments on the inquiry reports of Moray Council and Speyside Community Centre. I note that the LVIA submission by Mark Steele on behalf of Moray Council notes that lighting when visible will be likely to contribute to significant adverse effects experienced particularly from close views. In general, the effects of lighting will be more marked when seen in a context of existing lighting levels being low, for example, in the sparsely settled Upper Knockandu area. Note the apparent brightness of the lights from these regions is considered in the section 2 in the technical evidence of my report. I note that close receptors will indeed observe the lights to be brighter due to geometric effects, but as these observers will be located below the turbine hubs, then the suppression of the light below the horizontal plane, which was discussed in length earlier, will also need to be accounted for. And I do that in my evidence. And the evidence of Mr. Brian Denny will then assess the impact of these lights given the calculated apparent brightnesses. So just to add in my inquiry report, from a number of the viewpoints, I actually take into account both the suppression of the light and the distance to calculate the exact apparent brightness that this would have under typical atmospheric conditions. So it's not just what's the effective candela lighting, but what's the actual observed brightness, and compare that to some typical nighttime objects.
That's at just after that C6.6, is it?
C6.6 and table C1 gives a good summary of those brightnesses. And there's in table 1 on the main part of the inquiry report provides a sort of more concise summary of that, with table 2 providing comparison objects in the same units of apparent luminance. So, for example, the measurement of what the brightest star in the sky is in a typical star, such as those in the belt of Orion, in exactly the same numbers as the lighting illuminances from all of the different viewpoints. Shall I?
Could you then turn to your conclusion section, please, Professor?
Okay, so my inquiry report considers the apparent brightness of lights under different atmospheric conditions at different distances from the turbines. Under typical atmospheric conditions, which apply over 90% of the time, the luminous intensity of the aviation lights will be set at the lower 200 candela level. In the horizontal plane, these lights will be visible out to 30 to 40 kilometres for fully dark adapted eyes, and to about 15 kilometres from streetlit areas. At distances of 10 kilometres, they will have comparable brightness to bright night star skies, such as those in Orion's belt. When viewed from below the horizontal plane, the light intensity of modern aviation lights is strongly suppressed, reducing the apparent brightness of the lights and the distance to which they can be seen. This is applicable to most population centres close to the proposed wind farm. The small fraction of time that the full intensity 2000 candela lights are required occurs during poor visibility conditions. At these times, at distances beyond 5 kilometres from the turbines, the apparent brightness of the lights will be less than those of the reduced intensity lights in clear conditions. Based primarily on the distance and hence the faintness of the lights, it's my considered opinion that the impact of the aviation lighting from the Rothes 3 development on the dark skies nature of the Cairngorms National Park will be minimal.
Now, Professor, I'd like to just ask you one or two further matters about the National Park and their position. You've said that the impact will be minimal. Is that partly due to distance?
That's primarily due to distance. The nearest parts of the national park begin approximately 15 kilometres away from the turbines, and as was outlined by Dr. Lumsden, distance gives a primary effect that one can't get away from As you go out to these distances, the light intensity decreases. In fact, all impacts decrease. I would note that I think in the Moray Council report by Mark Steele, he noted explicitly that this is CD 16.2 in his section 6.1.6. He notes that significant visual effects are not likely to occur beyond 15 kilometres, and that this includes then the national park. So that's a general effect, but it will primarily be the distance. At these distances, again, the typical example, if you go to the table, would be viewpoint 8, for example, as the nearest part of the national park. That's the, forgive my pronunciation if it's wrong, the Carn Argyll Care summit. It's 18.1 kilometres away from the nearest turbine in the original proposed development, and the illuminance of the apparent brightness of the light is below that of typical stars in Orion's belt at that location.
Yeah. Well, all the detail is set out in your inquiry report, obviously, but can I just ask you a very simple question, which is this. Do you think there's any possible reasonable basis for the Park Authority to be objecting to our proposal in relation to aviation lighting?
No, I don't believe there is, and I think, as I commented at the beginning, our Royal Observatory defends dark skies parks, and if I thought that there was a danger to those, I would not be arguing that there is not one. I would also note a couple of other things related to that. In the same meeting as the National Park decided to object to the Rothes 3 wind farm, they decided not to object to the Clash Gour Wind Farm. Clash Gour is at a similar, in fact, slightly lower distance to from the viewpoint I just mentioned of Cairn Argyll, which is our viewpoint 8. I believe it's Clash Gour's viewpoint 15. Their nearest turbine is 14.4 kilometres compared to 18.1, so it's closer. There were 20 lit turbines in the Clash Gour application compared to 26 in Rothes 3, so these are very comparable distances, very comparable numbers, and there was no objection to Clash Gour, from which I conclude that I can't comment on reasons for objection outside of aviation lighting. That's not my remit, but if aviation lighting was a reason to object to Rothes 3, the only logical conclusion is one should object to Clash Gour as well.
Yeah. And the flip side of that coin is, if there was no basis to object to Clash Gour, was there a rational basis to object to us?
On the basis of the aviation lighting, I believe not. And
sorry, I'm only asking about aviation lighting.
Yeah. And I would further, as was just outlined by Squadron Leader Hale, the lighting numbers have decreased significantly even since that application. So even if one did argue that there was a difference between 20 lit turbines and 26, then the 26 is now reduced to 8.
Well, Professor, I'm now going to ask you two particular questions using particular legal language for reasons that others will understand. At the time that the Park Authority decided to object on aviation lighting, do you think that was a reasonable or an unreasonable decision?
I think that on aviation lighting, I think that was an unreasonable decision.
And given where we are now, do you think it is reasonable or unreasonable of the Park Authority to maintain that objection given the number of lights that are now proposed?
Again, on aviation lighting, I think that's an unreasonable decision.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking down. I assume no questions from the councils. I'm looking to Mr. Kelly. No questions. Mrs. Ross, she does have a question.
You've stated that the effect on the dark skies will be minimal. That doesn't mean no effect. Could you explain exactly what minimal is? Thank you.
I can. I believe The National Park Authority, in their own minutes, laid this out. I think I would use their words perhaps as more convincing to mine. This is core document 15.1.6. Their approved minutes on page 9. I think it's 47B, where they asked if there is a significant effect from the lighting. And it says here that it confirms that the lights would be seen in the distance. They would be discrete points of light similar to a star, and would not be glow that would obscure stars or the night sky above or behind them. And I would second that opinion. These will. There is no doubt that there are regions of the Cairngorms National Park, and as was outlined by the previous witnesses, these will typically be the hilltops, not down in the valleys where there will be no visibility of these. There will be regions where you can observe the lights, and in clear conditions they will be visible out to 30 or 40 kilometres, but their brightness will be fainter than bright night sky stars. And that's all there will be, is individual points of light close to the horizon, actually seen from the direction of the national park. You will be seeing behind those, as Dr. Lumsden outlined, there will be, many times of the year, the twilight in Scotland. In summer, the sky never goes fully dark to the north. There will also be the air glow provided by the natural street lighting in Lossiemouth and Elgin will be seen behind these, which will further reduce the effect. So these will simply be individual points of light about the level of stars seen on the horizon. So if you were there to try to examine the night sky, that's not the direction that you would be looking at all, and they will provide no glow, no brightening of the night sky, just a single set of individual extra points.
It was the national park you were asking about, was it, Mr. Ross? It was the national park you were asking about, was it, Mrs. Ross?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything more? Do you have any other questions? Good. Ms. Trinnick, do you have any questions for clarification? No. We don't have any questions. Thank you very much. Mr. Trinnick, I imagine, doesn't have any re-examination either. Sorry, no, Mr. Steele, does he have any re-examination?
I was going to say Mr. Steele doesn't have any either, sir.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, yes.
Thank you.
Right. Now, we've reached 4:24. I see Mr. Moody waiting there patiently to give his evidence. Should we start on Mr. Moody's evidence today, or should we leave it till tomorrow?
Well, Mr. Moody is going to be about 20 minutes in chief. I'm not intending to ask him to read much of his precognition, but we have a number of points that have arisen during the course of evidence to deal with. I'm very happy to deal with his evidence in chief now, if that would assist, or to deal with him fully tomorrow morning.
Mr. Trinnick?
It's been a long day on this side of the table, I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's been a long day on this side of the table. I'd rather start tomorrow morning.
That's against that, sir. We are behind our programme, but I'm entirely in your hands. It would be unfortunate if we didn't finish this week's business this week, because landscape would have to carry on, as I understand it, for till a week on Tuesday, which would be unfortunate.
Well, we do have some landscape evidence on a week on Tuesday. In any case, Mr. Steele's evidence will be a week on.
So that is correct, but let me put that better. It would be unfortunate if a witness had to hang over for 10 days.
If Mrs. Anderson, yeah.
Well, indeed, exactly that. So I don't think that would be particularly fair, and we may be heading towards that. That's all I say, but it's entirely... Ms. Anderson is not my witness, but I'm aware that that may be the way things are heading.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir, it would be of concern to me to find that we didn't complete Ms. Anderson's evidence this week.
Right. Okay. So I think in that case, should we press on with Mr. Moody's examination in chief?
So would it be just easier for his examination in chief for Mr. Moody to give evidence from where he is now? It would avoid having to change the tablecloths, and we could make progress that way.
Happy with that.
I'm content if everybody else is, yes.
I think Mr. Moody will need an additional microphone if one could be provided to him.
Right. Well, we can ask Graham's just coming up to the microphone.
So hopefully the programme officers received a indication of the documents that may be referred to. I see her nodding. You're David Jameson Moody. Your qualifications, involvement and experience of Clash Gour appear in your inquiry report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to, in view of some of the points made by Mr. Welsh in his evidence, although at least one of the reporters has had experience of your evidence before, can you give the wider inquiry some indication of your wind farm experience and expertise in assessing visual impact?
In my appendix to the inquiry report, there is a number of references to wind farms which I've had direct involvement in, the most recent of which was the Coolaghy Wind Farm a couple of years ago now. I am also, as the area manager for South, responsible for major applications within the South Highland area, and so I have been involved with wind farm reports and wind farm assessments in those as well.
One particular criticism of Mr. Welsh was, and just for your note, it's paragraph 9.95 of his report, was that in the table that was attached to the interpretation notes, and again, just for your note, that's the table that was attached to the officer's report, which is CD 1.12, that there was no indication of your ascribing a value to any particular viewpoint. First of all, did you disagree with any of the applicants' assignation of value?
No.
And secondly, all the viewpoints are within SLAs, either one or other of the two SLAs with which you're concerned. And again, is there likely to be any dispute as to assignation of value in those circumstances?
No, there's not.
And thirdly, in terms of the table itself, is there a footnote to the table which indicates that value, amongst other matters, has been taken from the inquiry report? From the EAIR.
Yes, there are, to the bottom of the report in the appendix, interpretation notes, says that the applicant's assessment in terms of susceptibility, viewpoint value, sensitivity, magnitude and overall significance has been taken from appendix 7.2 of an environmental statement. It's not an assessment as such, the table that's set out there. The assessment within the IAR forms of substantive work. The table is a summary of the difference in judgment on the susceptibility of the receptor sensitivity and magnitude of change. I think it's been a long day for my mouth and I haven't even spoken.
Thank you.
Could you bring the microphone just a wee bit closer to your mouth? Not by the stem, though.
Sorry, sir. Is that a bit better? I'm actually, because I think I'm moving a bit, it's difficult, but I'll try my best.
Thanks.
I'm grateful. No doubt if Mr. Trinick wants to ask you further about that tomorrow, he can do so. Now, picking up on some points during the course of Mr. Welsh's evidence, he referred to suitors and the impact on the suitors, etc., SLA, which he disagreed with you, both because of distance, which you've commented on, but also he made a particular point about receding landscape. And would you like to respond to that? And if necessary, it may be helpful to have...
Mr. Penny, I missed what you said then. Sorry, your head went away.
Mr. Welsh made a point about receding landscape.
Receding landscape, thank you.
Receding rather than receiving. And if we could have CD 1.3, Fig 7.53E, which is in Volume 3, F and G. That's not on your list.
I wonder if we might just wait a minute until Mr. Welch arrives. We're slightly caught by surprise here. He won't be a minute. He's coming. I want him to hear the evidence.
I'm sorry. I should have allowed a bit longer and change over.
That's okay. Don't worry. You're running as we speak.
Had it been tomorrow morning, of course, I'd have given you electronic page numbers. Mr. Welsh is no doubt all ears, and perhaps you could tell us now your reaction to his receding landscape point.
I wouldn't consider it to be a receding landscape. It is clearly a visible series of horizons as you look across that view. But the hills in which the development is located is very much the backdrop in that view. And the development is situated on the ridgeline that forms the ultimate horizon.
Thank you. There was also commentary, and I don't think we need to go to it, in terms of the impact from viewpoint 8, that there was limited visibility from that point. Again, would you like to comment on that?
From recollection, there's about 3 kilometres of visibility along that route.
So would you describe that as limited?
It's limited in the overall context of the study area, yes, but in terms of that particular route, I would say that's a fairly significant extent of visibility on that particular stretch of road. Thank you.
Then today there was some discussion of Lochindaub and indeed the viewpoint from Lochindaub, which is viewpoint 12, which I haven't asked to be put up, and CD 1.24. Perhaps if we could go to CD 124. They're in the similar vicinity, but one has the immediate context of Lochindaub and one has Lochindaub behind you, so to speak. In terms of Mr. Welsh, I think in re-examination, talked about the fact that Clash Gour would intensify the influence, but place significant weight on the fact that there was not a new impact, i.e. you wouldn't be seeing wind turbines where you hadn't seen them before. And for that reason, it wasn't a significant effect. What do you say about that, in particular the weight he gives on the fact that it's not a new impact in that sense?
I accept that there's existing wind farm influence, and therefore this has to be read within that context. However, it's of substantial increase in number of turbines in this view, and also the increase in scale is not consistent with the existing pattern of development or development that you can see. So I do think that that introduces a new impact, which then heightens the magnitude of change, and therefore the assessment made with an environmental impact assessment underestimates the magnitude of change, in my view.
Thank you. Moving on to an issue that I asked Mr. Welsh about this morning, that was SNH, as they then were, their response, and it was the commentary in their response where they said that they hadn't given particular interest or paid particular attention to impacts outside the park. And Mr. Welsh said that he was quite convinced that had they had concerns, they would have expressed them. Is that your experience of SNH's responses?
I take Mr. Welsh's point in the sense that their practice will vary, but certainly in Highland context, it tends to be fairly consistent in that they will, certainly from a CNPA perspective, there is a joint working agreement. They will focus on the Cairngorm National Park Authority area and not provide any advice to Highland Council. Their advice is, will not generally make reference to local landscape designations. That's certainly consistent across the board.
Thank you. Moving on to just some questions raised by the reporters of Mr. Welsh, and that was what the Clash Gour is composed of 3 limbs. If you were to remove one of the limb, would it be open in your view to Scottish ministers to just approve 2 or even 1 limbs, deleting 1 or 2 limbs, or do you consider further assessment would be required?
I would consider that further assessment would be required to be sure that the effects were assessed, so to speak, in the round, that one effect doesn't have an unintended consequence, or one change doesn't have an unintended consequence. So I would hope that a significant change, such as removing one of those limbs, would result in a reassessment of the whole scheme, rather than just deleting some turbines. It has been done in the past where 1 or 2 turbines have been moved, where there have been particular issues, but I think a whole-scale change like that would require reassessment.
Sorry to interrupt. I think because you're sitting next to one another, you're speaking to one another rather than into the mic. I'm having difficulty hearing you up here. If you could just speak into the microphone. Thank you.
We'll try and have our microphones between each other, and then we'll achieve both. Taking that a bit further, there was a series of questions, of Mr. Welsh about what would happen if up to 7 turbines were removed from particular groups. Again, in removing that number of turbines, in your view, would you be content without further assessment, or would you need further assessment?
If there were 7 turbines in one group, then perhaps no, it wouldn't require further assessment. The LVIA does contain significant amount of information in which to come to a view to that similar extent of change, but whole-scale change in terms of removing the limbs as a whole or one of the groups.
Sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing that now, and I think that is quite important to hear what was said. I'm not sure whether it was yes, it's all right, or no, it's not all right.
I'll speak. My voice has gone, as I say, but I haven't actually spoken much today. Yes, moving 1 or 2 turbines, the 7 turbines that were alluded to earlier, may well be something that could be assessed without reassessing the whole scheme. There's sufficient information within the LVIA to come to a view on the impacts of particular turbines, but the whole-scale change, no, I think reassessment would be required.
Thank you. And then, lastly, in terms of additional questions, we've heard a lot of evidence, because he was asked questions about it, from Mr. Welsh on wind farm landscapes, and when something becomes a wind farm landscape and his view on it. I just want to ascertain your view on 2 points. Firstly, Mr. Welsh seemed to suggest that you need to be in or very close to the wind farm in order to be able to perceive that there was such a thing as a wind farm landscape, and so rather suggested that your identification of it from a more distant viewpoint, was inconsistent with SNH guidance. What do you say to that?
I don't agree. It can have quite a considerable extent on the landscape as you perceive it, and existence of wind farms in a landscape is one thing. Adding to that can have quite considerable effects. The magnitude of change, again, going back to a similar point in viewpoint 12, magnitude of change is considered to be higher. Even from further distances, that could still be higher. You may not get a wide panorama in some views. You may only have direct views of a particular angle of the overall landscape, depending on how you're using that landscape, and therefore impact can be greater, or certainly the wind farm could appear more dominant in that landscape. So I don't agree with that view.
And in terms of viewpoint 19, I think it was suggested that was too far away to pick up or obtain an impression that there'd been a change from a landscape with wind farms to a wind farm landscape, that's what you were viewing. What do you say to that?
I think just picking up back on the previous point, I think viewpoint 19 demonstrates quite well that there will be a joining up of a number of individual schemes which are read as individual schemes in the landscape, and that becomes, and I appreciate there are two different landscape character types involved here, but certainly at distance you don't appreciate quite that distinction. There is one large wind farm which in that particular part of the landscape becomes more dominant. If you rewind slightly from viewpoint 19 and head to the Graham behind that, which is the high point within those hills, Carnar Tree, Chernan, that certainly gives you more pointed views between two smaller hills, one of which is the viewpoint 19, exactly within the scope of these wind farms. And that becomes the dominant characteristic in that view. And one of the views which is entirely the reason why people would want to get to that summit.
Thank you. And we're agreed that viewpoint 19 is just a representative viewpoint. So with your agreement, that's all I wanted to do this afternoon. I may ask Mr. Moody to read just a few paragraphs of his precognition, to read them into tomorrow morning so he doesn't come cold to cross-examination. But those were the additional questions in chief.
That's grand. Well, thank you for the moment, Mr. Moody. Of course, you're an experienced witness, so you'll know you're in Purda now.
I was hoping by doing that he wasn't in Purda, because he hasn't been under cross.
Oh, no, of course he hasn't. Yes, no, you're quite right. You're quite right. Yes, absolutely. He's not in Purda, no. Yes, so we'll thank you very much, everyone. We'll leave it there today. And back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Sir, if possible, can I propose a 9:30 start for reasons previously explained, if that's possible, because I think there is a real risk of us not getting through this week's business, and what I said earlier would be unfortunate.
We'll have to manage our hotel with our breakfast arrangements. Okay.
Well, okay, then 9:30 tomorrow.